The time is 6:01 p.m. and I'm going to call, the date is Tuesday, January 4th, and I'm going to call the special city council meeting to order. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell.
Here.
Ellison.
Present.
Flores Kale.
Here.
Rizzo.
Present.
Bradshaw.
Here.
Parsley.
Here.
Tobias.
Here.
All right, 7 members present. We have a quorum. Next up, citizen comments period. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments. Next up, executive session.
Pursuant to Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, the City Council reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting. The City Council may convene into executive session pursuant to any lawful exception contained in Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including any or all of the following topics: pending or contemplated litigation, or to seek the advice of the city attorney pursuant to Section 551.071, cause number 20-2048, Save Our Springs Alliance, Inc. et al. Versus City of Kyle. City council members in their official capacities in the 543rd Judicial District, Hays County, Texas. Task Force Policy. Possible purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real estate pursuant to Section 551.072. Personnel matters pursuant to Section 551.074. Convene into executive session pursuant to Section 551.087. Texas Government Code to deliberate regarding the offer of economic incentives to one or more business prospects that the city seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the city. Project Fire Engine Red. Project Black Coral.
All right, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. There was no action taken during executive session. There will be no action taken now. Motion to adjourn. All right, we are adjourned. And now we will let the tape switch over, and then we'll call in the next meeting. Good evening, everyone. The time is 7:13. It is Tuesday, January 4th, and I'm going to call this regular city council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell.
Here.
Ellison.
Present.
Flores Kale.
Here.
Rizzo.
Present.
Bradshaw.
Here.
Parsley.
Here.
Tobias.
Here.
Okay, 7 members present. We have a quorum. Next up, approval of the minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and approve the minutes for December 16th special meeting and also the second special meeting on the same date, along with the regular council meeting for the same date of December 16th, 2021.
Second.
All right, it's moved by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo that we approve the minutes for December 16th. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a public comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. I have 2 who have submitted up front. First up, Diane Herval.
Hi. Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Diane Herval, and I live at 1528 Amberwood Loop here in Kyle. I'm also the president of the Amberwood HOA. I came today because I would respectfully request that one of you pull Item number 14, on the consent agenda this evening for discussion, as I have a few questions. One, I'm interested to know if the City of Kyle is supplying water to Monarch. And then secondly, we didn't have any public outreach, whether it was through the city or with Monarch, in regards to this particular contract being on the agenda this evening. And then lastly, the residents in Amberwood and throughout the Monarch CCN continue to pay a flat fee for wastewater. We understand that this is done because in the past, Monarch could not report the gallonage to the city. It's my understanding now that they can. And so we were always told that it was a better deal. And so I'd like to sit down with someone, perhaps Pervez, and see really if it's a better deal. Lastly, our calculations reflect, as being a Monarch customer within the city limits of Kyle, we pay well over $600 more than a Kyle utility customer would. A Kyle utility customer gets, with a base rate, they get 2,000 gallons just for their hookup. A Monarch customer gets not even a drip. So we're kind of tired of this continuous battle. We understand that this probably is just a formality that's on your agenda, but I'm just curious, the questions that I asked. If someone could pull it, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, Ms. Kay Rush.
My name is Kay Rush, and I live at 356 Amber Ash Drive. I live in Amberwood also. And tonight I'm here to speak on Agenda Item 14, the Rate Stabilization Agreement with Monarch. I'm sure most of the City Council, the Mayor, and the City Manager are not aware of the city's history with this provider. Amberwood was one of the first home developments on the east side of I-35. In 2006, I bought a home there. And since it was part of the Kyle city limits, I wanted the services that living within the city limits would provide. We had cable, we had city sewer, and we had Texaco water. And that was who was on my signing documents. 3 months later, we moved in. We found out that T-Con had come up for sale. They had given the City of Kyle the first option to purchase her. The city declined to purchase, even though their own citizens lived in the service district. T-Con was sold to Southwest Monarch Water. Their sole interest was to buy up small water companies in Texas to generate income for their stockholders only. They were not concerned with service. They put out documents immediately raising rates 50%. Amberwood sued with other ratepayers within the other utilities that Monarch had purchased. We sued with the help of the City of Kyle and the state. We were able to fight off this first attempt. Then in 2021, when the next contract came up, you decided, as the City Council and the Mayor, to approve their rate increase. You did not allow us any say in it. You failed to negotiate in good faith a rate. Tonight again, this consent agenda is on there. They are requesting another 3% raise. We're up over 50% of what we originally, it's probably closer to 100%. Currently, I use 3,000 gallons of water. Okay, my Monarch bill was $75.34. My flat rate, sewer rate to the City of Kyle is $57.71. So for 1 month, for 3,000 gallons, I paid $133.05. Now, if I'd gotten my water from the City of Kyle, I would have paid $54.14. My sewer rate would have been $34.40. I would have had a total bill of $88.54. There's a difference on this last month bill of $44.51.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rush. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close citizen comments. It's now closed. Next up, City Manager's report.
Mayor Council, Scott Sellers, City Manager for the record. We've got a little shorter report tonight, but we want to hop into those slides. Next slide. There we go. This is an announcement that Monday, January 17th is Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, and the city offices will be closed. The next item corresponds to that, though, and I am going to turn this slide over to Councilmember Dex Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers. So, exciting month. January starts a new year. It also has one of our first federal holidays, being Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. This year, the county is doing a countywide celebration that the county offices have reached out to various members of the jurisdictions throughout the county to get support with that. And tonight I wanted to bring this forward as I was reached out to, and hoping to get the council and city support to promote the event that is happening on Sunday, January 16th from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Hays County Historic Courthouse lawn. There will be live music, entertainment, vendors, and all kinds of fun. There also will be a children's writing and art contest themed What Equality Means to Me, where children can submit their essays and get a, I believe there's a scholarship reward for those as well. So I just wanted to let everyone know about that January 16th Hays County celebration, and if there's no objection from the council, if we could use our social media channels to let our residents know about this event. Also, we will have the Kyle Area Senior Zone celebrating at Krug Center here in our downtown at the old City Hall. Monday, January 17th, and I have some cast members here that could let me know about the time. Oh, it's on the screen decks, so 1 to 4. Join for free refreshments and snacks at the Kyle Area Senior Zone there at the Krug Activity Center. All right, and then finally, the City of Kyle proclamation will be read on Tuesday, January 18th at our second council meeting this year, with a recap and celebration finally for Martin Luther King weekend.
Thank you, Councilmember. And then the last thing is our awesome communications department put together a recap of this last year's large events and accomplishments, just really scratching the surface of all the great things that we've done as a city. But we'd like to show that video now.
We believe that the City of Kyle deserves first-class parks. We believe that the City of Kyle deserves a monument to honoring our veterans and our first responders, and that's why we're all here.
Our great new park, La Verde. We're getting to Costco. Kyle's Public Safety Center is the biggest and and best building the City of Kyle will have ever built.
Thank you
Very
much.
nice. Happy New Year. Thank you,
Absolutely.
Comms Department, for putting that together. Okay, next up, agenda item number 5, presentation.
I've got a question, just real quick. Councilman Harrison, I know you asked for communication, but is there anything else we could do to help participate during the Juneteenth celebration?
Oh, yeah, fantastic. It's certainly support in person is always great at any of the events, from the CADS event to the one in the county. But certainly if we can get that promoted through the social media channels, promoting through your channels as well would be a huge help. And encouraging young people to participate in the writing contest.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilman.
Okay. All right. Next up, agenda item number 5, presentation by the Hays County Master Naturalists, Mariana Espinoza.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Happy New Year. Mariana Espinoza, Parks and Recreation Director, for the record. With us today, we have members of the Hays County Master Naturalists, Larry Calvar, Martha Pinto, and Jamie Kinsheriff. And the Hays County Master Naturalists have reached out to the City of Kyle to expand their outreach to different communities. And so they have spent countless hours working with our Trails Division and doing studies on our Plum Creek Trail. And so tonight, Martha Pinto of the Hays County Master Naturalists will give us a brief overview of their findings.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Martha Pinto Kinsheriff, and I'm representing the Hays County Master Naturalist Group. We're an educational volunteer group under the Texas AgriLife Extension Office, and we've put together a report on ways our chapter in Hays County can help the Kyle Parks and Rec. We have volunteers, we have ideas, and we have knowledgeable guidance to offer. In the summer of '21, we did a report, which I think you all have received. We visited the parks and worked with your very excellent park staff, looking at all the parks and getting various people who are really good in their field to make surveys. Water was a key piece of the plan. The parks have some beautiful waterways. So there were surveys made of frogs, toads, mussels, fish, and aquatic invertebrates and plants that help us know the health of the waterways and what kind of recommendations we can offer to the parks. Also, plant inventories and tree inventories were done. There's a native plant inventory that will be posted on the beautiful hayscounty.org website. We can assist with things like oak wilt and suggest that more mid-story trees be offered, creating signage. There are plentiful birds in the parks, and we have a bird walk happening tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at Cool Springs Park. So we want to offer our expertise, and we have a lot of educational programs planned, which can be folded into events that you already do, such as Fishing Day, Pie in the Sky, Kyle Farmers Market, and other things that you might suggest. We have a Wild About Nature program that focuses on children and getting them involved in nature at the parks. And we also hope to help with dark sky initiatives. There are surveys conducted, and many of the Master Naturalists took part in this. We offered this to you, and we would like to request a letter of support for the Hays County Master Naturalists to work with the Kyle's Parks and Recreation Board to help determine what we can do to support the parks, such as bird blinds, bluebird boxes, pollinator gardens, wildflower seeding. Getting a letter or a resolution will help us get possible grant money to help with these initiatives. So we love your support, and we really are excited. It was fun to see the slide about Plum Creek, because the parks are truly beautiful gems, and we know that they're going to be developed for the residents of our county. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions or comments for the presenter? Councilor Ellison.
Thank you. Just some brief comments. I think that it's great that you all have come. I enjoyed the presentation you all gave at the Parks Board last, maybe that was November. We're really interested in incorporating our Parks Board more and utilizing that, and sounds like a great partnership that could be there. I would certainly be a fan of having the council direct staff to bring back a resolution or some language to support them in their efforts there. And I think it's one of those things when we have people that have the experience like you all have to kind of partner up with that and help make our community even better and our quality of life here. We certainly learned our lesson over the past 2 years of how important open spaces and green spaces
Yes.
are to our community, physical and mental health. And so thank you for coming and presenting tonight.
Thank you, Chairman Ellison. We appreciate your support.
All right, thank you. All right. Next up, CIP road projects and consent agenda presentation. Mr. Barba.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barba, City Engineer. We'll start off with the Heroes Memorial Park. We're about 47% complete. They're forming the memorial right now, honor wall. They're installing the bridge structure, and they poured some sidewalk along the perimeter. We did struggle a little bit with the weather, but we're continuing to work through that. Lever to the park, excuse me. Based on our pay estimates, we're about 20% complete on that. We're still installing utilities and working on the pump vault. Excuse me. On the Mary Cal Hartson Park project, we're about 76% complete. There's still some items that need some additional work on the park, if you may have noticed. On the southwest quadrant, of course, we've got some turf pad sections, base to be completed. We're going to install turf later this week, next week. We still need to install some bollards next week. Landscaping, as the plants are available, and will be completed. And the open park, the rest of the park, we still have some street lamp posts that are along the promenade that need to be placed. We have some furnishings that need to come in and be placed also. We still have some tree and fence lighting that needs to be done. Landscaping, we still have the metal roof to work on and some gazebo work that we need in the bell tower. We also have some more fountain work that still remains. I have more details. I wasn't sure how much detail you needed on some of those items, though. On the South Side Wastewater Project, if you've driven along northbound I-35, you may have noticed they're already working in front of the Coleman property. There's 3 more legs that remain on that particular project. That's one of the 3 legs they're working on right now, and hopefully they'll wrap that up within this next month and then move on to the other 2 legs and wrap that project up. Not that I'm very proud of this, but December was the 3rd year we've been under construction on that project. So I don't like long-term projects. This one has really taxed me and the contractor. On a good note, the wastewater treatment plant expansion is still on target. It's 84% complete. We're still continuing to work on Saturdays to try to keep our schedule intact. We still have a bypass operation going on. We're still working on the inflow right at that location. All the major treatment units have been constructed. All the concrete's in place. We have a contractor that's removing materials from there, taking it to another development. So that should be wrapped up this week, I understand. We are still planning to be online on March 22 of 2022. And our dewatering facility will be completing that sometime in August. We've got a couple extra pictures. This is where we were back on December 6th with this particular area. And you can see how much progress they've been making on that project. So they're moving very quickly. All this material has to be brought in layers and lifts and compacted and make sure we have the proper density so that nothing settles there. This is some more on the ground work that we're doing in there. Quite a bit of electrical work is going on right now. As you can see, we're trying to wrap all that up. So there's a lot of electrical work that goes on with the treatment plant. On the Button Creek Interceptor, we're about 71% complete. We hadn't really changed a whole lot. We've been installing the 12-inch pipe, which is for the reclaimed water line. We've completed our 12-inch pipe bore this week. That's what our plans are. We checked again today on the 36-inch pipe that we're still waiting to have delivered. It still has not been made and still not been delivered. So we're still waiting on that pipe to wrap this project up. Old Post Road, I've been talking to our engineer. We had to make some changes on our design in here, minor changes. Design's complete. Hays County, talked to Hays County yesterday and today. They plan to start next week and mobilize and get into that intersection and wrap that up. Elliott Branch Interceptor, we're about 37% complete. We did finish the bores. Now we're installing the water lines and wastewater lines inside those bores, and we're heading along Sledge, heading towards the north. We should be hopefully out of this area within 30 to 60 days. We'll still have more work at Sledge and 3rd Street to complete in that area. Schlemmer at Porter, we just started about a month ago. We're heading south towards Schlemmer. We don't have a pay application yet, so we can't tell you what percentage we got completed on this project. Just to let you know, we have run into one particular issue. We encountered what's called blue rock. Some of you have been in construction before. There's certain areas where there's soft caliche that's easy to dig, and you can use your excavators, and it comes out fairly easily. There's a certain type of rock that's got a bluish tint to it, and engineers and contractors don't like to hear that word because that's not good. Your excavator teeth get worn out, your buckets get bent out of shape, it's just really tough digging. They have to use hoe rams on those, and sometimes even the hoe rams struggle with getting that blue rock out. So we've uncovered that in the first section, so I'm afraid that means change order, so we're working with the contractor to keep that cost down. Other projects, according to the developer, we're about 95% complete on this project. We have a meeting tomorrow with them to discuss some other issues on the project, but we're hoping to be out of here by the end of the month. We have a consent agenda item number 10. That's for the Lavette of the Park. That's to install some underground installation. That's a contract with PEC to pay them to do that underground work, and that's item 13. And open for questions.
Councilmember Rizzo.
Just real quickly on, going back to Roland Lane, I went by there, I believe it was Thursday, and some of the workers there were saying that it was probably going to get paved sometime this week, Tuesday or Wednesday. And then what are we looking at an opening there if it gets paved? What are we looking at from there?
We need to visit with the developer tomorrow. There's an issue we've talked about that we need to resolve first before they start doing the paving. Okay. So once we get that resolved tomorrow, then I'll be able to give you a better answer. But they may have to take some of that work out or remove something or replace something.
I was going to say the other question I've got, I had some residents reach out to me in that area saying that the roadways look a little narrow, and they were worried about maybe driving their travel trailers through there or even their equipment trailers. Do you know what the widths on that are?
Through the crossing, the widths, they're around 10 feet plus, barely a little over 10 feet, which is a legal lane line.
Okay.
The reason we kept it down to that narrow is because of the moving the crossing controls there. We were looking at over $1 million to move those signals there, the controls that are there. So we went ahead and tried to use what we had available, and we squeezed it down to 10 feet. Okay. Now, as far as the approach is concerned, that's the area we're going to talk about tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Leon.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Tobias.
Yes, sir. Can I get an update on the Bunton Creek Road in front of Lehman, how that's coming along? Since we had the school out for 2 weeks, the progress.
I'm not aware of what's going on there. I guess Mr. Wilder will have to help you with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Just a progress report on that road.
The spot repairs on Bunton.
Mayor, Council, Harper Wilder, Public Works Director. Progress report on the Bunton Creek Lane in front of Lehman High School, is that what was asked? So they've just got done last week. They finished rolling in all the black base for the compaction. They got a few more spots to do, and then paving. I think Billy said that at the end of the week or early next week, we'll start the paving. So what you're seeing right now is just black base compaction. It's not your smooth final surface, final product. And we were actually going to talk about getting that out to the public to maybe send something out just so they know that all the work that we're doing right now is setting up for the paving day. But that is coming within the end of the week or early next week.
Okay, yes, thank you. I did have somebody reach out because they noticed that it was, and I drove by there myself the other day, it was a little patchy.
Yes, sir.
And so they're thinking, is this the final product? And
No, sir.
I said, no, I'll try to get an update on Tuesday. And so if there's more coming, that way they know that it's going to be smoothed out.
Yeah, I actually just talked in our Public Works Supervisor meeting Monday. I talked to Scott Egbert, the Street Division Manager, and told him that we need to find a way to get out in front of these in the future and let everybody know this is not the final product, because when I drove through there, I saw the same thing. But it's part of the compaction process, and once that back base is compacted and rolled in, then usually you let the traffic have it for a week or two, let them kind of go ahead and tamp that down as well, and then we'll come back and pave.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is there any kind of, you said you had discussed sending out a communique?
Yeah, well, we talked in the meeting about that. If we can find a way to, future projects, put out something, that in the weeks to come, you're going to be seeing in the compaction process in the black base. It won't be a smooth, texture roadway as you're used to seeing yet. That's in the next process. Then explain to them how we will be off of the roadway, letting the traffic have it for a while, and then come back with the paving process, which will be the final product that everyone knows and likes, that smooth roadway at the end.
Do you think that might be something you could do for this project as far as getting something out there?
We can.
In the next day or two?
They're about to be on it, but yes, sir, we can talk to Samantha and see
Maybe
if we
it's
can
not
get
the
something.
full communication that
Yes.
you envision, but at least something that
No, it's
we
a good
could point
point,
to.
and like I said, I brought it up Monday in that meeting just because we were talking about the same thing. We don't want the public to think that this is the final product, because it's not. We did the same thing on Old Stagecoach.
Okay. Councilor Ellison.
Yes, and just while Harper's up here, I think that's a great point, and certainly I agree with my colleagues on that communication. I think it'd be kind of neat, this is just me spitballing here, but watching that recap video we just saw and how incredible that was, if we had some kind of video just kind of showing the stages of street repair, is that somebody's idea? Was that Julie?
No, me and Julie actually just talked about that in the same Monday meeting, and at the end of the meeting, we talked about doing a video.
Yeah.
Just exactly like that. So I'm like wondering who you talked to.
Oh, me and Julie just on point there. But yeah, I think that would be kind of neat to just, it doesn't have to be too long or, anything like that. Just kind of showing the stages of that.
Yes, sir.
I think that would help educate the public. But the other really important thing to not forget on this, that this is a temporary fix. Because there's probably, I'm assuming, a lot of base failure perhaps along that road. That road just needs to be completely reconstructed.
Yes,
and it needs to be widened and, all the complete streets things that we always talk about. And so anytime we communicate, it's just really reminding folks, whether that's us up here or with our communique through the city, just reminding that this is I don't know what the terminology would be, but it is a temporary fix. And, in my time on council, I've never been a part of such a robust plan to actually do something about this. I don't think I've ever been a part of something where we have been ahead of trying to figure that out, and that is the engineering and design that we have approved in this last budget for this road and others. And the voters will be able to make a decision on that road for a permanent and wider road, and everything that they see and want to see that they've seen in other roads and say that we don't do on the east side. That'll be the opportunity for those voters to speak up and have that opportunity. But this is great that our street division team that we created, 2-3 years ago, is working on. They've improved. Kudos to them as they've improved. And I know they're working hard on that, so thank you for that. Those were just my comments on that. Old Post Road, real quick, Leon. Just want to make sure we're getting, now that you said the county's coming back next week, those updates. I love the project page that we have on the website. I've talked to a few residents that rely on that page, so if we can just make sure we're updating that as that project goes along for Old Post Road in particular.
Yeah, yes, sir. We will do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind the public that we do have that project page on our website. I've got it pulled up right now on my phone, and you can pick it up on your phone, your laptop, computer, anything. But also I want to remind staff to let's please update the page, because residents do go to the page. They are looking for the update. So as we're getting complete in different stages of our projects, let's update it so that way the residents know what's going on. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Leon. Next up is our consent agenda. Is there anyone who would like to pull any items? Councilor Ellis?
I'm sure this is a popular one. Agenda item 14.
All right. Councilor Rizzo?
Mayor, I'd like to also second agenda item 14, but I'd also like to request that council meet with our city secretary executive session to discuss some questions I have, legal questions I have over agenda 14.
Okay. Councilor Tobias?
It was same thing, 14 as well, sir.
All right. Councilor Flores Kale?
I move that the council convene into executive session to consult with legal counsel regarding agenda items 11, HDR contract, and 14, Monarch rate stabilization agreement.
Do you want to, I don't know if moving into executive session, we can go into exec, but I would prefer to handle whatever we're not dealing with on consent first if we can. Right, does anyone have any other items? So yeah, I heard you want to pull number 11. That's what I heard.
11 and 14, yeah.
Is there any other items outside of 11 and 14? All right, can I get a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda items 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15.
Second.
All right, it's moved by Councilor Rizzo, seconded by Councilor Ellison. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilor Flores Kale?
Wait, never mind. I'm sorry. I already got it taken care of before.
All right.
Sorry.
It's okay. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. So you're wanting to pursue, you want to go into exec now on 11 and 14?
Yes, please.
All right, if there are no objections, we're going to go into executive session on these two items. We do need to read them out with the, do you need to read the language for going into exec?
Can 12 be finally passed?
Is there any objection to item number 12 being finally passed?
Oh, wait. That's 12.
All right, seeing none, it is finally passed. Good catch.
Just note we're convening into executive session to consult with legal counsel about agenda items 11 and 14.
We don't have to read out the language before we go back there?
Agenda item being the HDR contract and 14.
No,
being
the language we always have to read to go
No.
into exec.
No, as long as you know we were going to consult with legal counsel.
Yeah, but does 12 go with 14? Because it looks, no? Okay. Okay, sorry.
All right, so we can just say we're going
Wrote
into,
it down wrong.
all right, if there are no objections, we're going into executive session on
Thank
agenda
you.
items number 11 and 14.
To consult with legal counsel.
To consult with legal counsel.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Back to order. It is 7:32 p.m. There was no action taken during executive session. There will be no action taken now. Next up, agenda item number 11, authorize award and execution of a contract with HDR Engineering in an amount not to exceed $19,740 for flood study in the area bounded by Plum Creek, North Burleson, and Marketplace. Councilor Florescale.
Thank you. There's some backup material with a letter signed by Jeff Barton. Does anybody, can staff tell me where this came from?
Councilmember, I asked them to provide that to us so that we could have it as an attachment to support their fact that they were going to pay for this study.
Okay, so they do plan on reimbursing when the city finds, when they're agreeable to the report, is that correct?
When we review the report and accept the findings of the report, whichever way it goes.
All right, and can I ask you how long the city's been doing business with GAP Strategies?
Gosh, off and on since I've been here in 2013 when we've been working with them on different various projects.
Okay, so my concern is, as always, on a legal note, we continuously use the name GAP Strategies, and after researching, that is a DBA, and that DBA was not created until 2020. So when we're doing contracts, I think it's really important that we start using the actual names of the LLC. And I would ask Paige her opinion on that as well, because just my past experience is you don't usually form a contract with the DBA. Is that correct?
You usually note the full.
The full name?
The full name.
So the actual name of the company is called Dandy Planning, LLC. So I would really like to see that letter that was signed from Mr. Barton from Dandy Planning, LLC, DBA, Gap Strategies, just because it gives it a little more legality. And I'm always trying to make sure that we're covering our bases and our liabilities as a city. So since this is what we have, I don't know if I'm comfortable voting on a document that's signed that doesn't have the correct name. I don't know if that's something.
Councilmember, our contract is going to be actually with HDR. That's an attachment I added just so that you would see that the owner was agreeing to pay the bill.
Oh, yeah, so the agreement to pay the bill, I would like to see in the name of the actual entity that it's going to be paying the bill. Does that make sense?
Our contract's with HDR, so we would sign the contract with them, and then they would request payment, and then we would request payment from the owner before we paid them.
Bingo. Okay, so if we request a payment from Gap Strategies,
Okay?
I would like to see that Gap Strategies say Dandy Planning, LLC.
I can take care of that.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sometimes I make it harder. I get it. I get it. My brain is
Totally
like a little hamster in there. So, thank you. And Mr. Sellers, if we could just make sure anytime we are doing contracts with Gap Strategies, because I know we do a lot of work with them, if we can make sure that we are referencing them by their legal name, I appreciate it.
You got it.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this item? Motions?
I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 11.
Second.
So motion by Councilmember Flores Kale, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo, that we approve agenda item number 11. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 14, consider approval of an extension to the rate stabilization agreement between Monarch Utilities and the City of Kyle. After some discussion, I think there's going to be a recommendation. I'll turn the floor to Councilman Rizzo.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to recommend that we bring this item back to our January 18th meeting, just to give us time to look at it a little bit more closely.
Second.
Okay, it's motion by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale, that we postpone this item until the next regularly scheduled meeting. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Tobias.
Just real quick, we want to be able to make sure that there's some questions that I have as well to get answered along with the contract itself, so we can make sure that it's all clear for the residents in this area so they can have a full understanding.
Okay. Anyone else? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 16, authorize the city manager to negotiate an agreement with A&E DESIGN GROUP out of Buda, Texas, an architectural consulting firm to provide architectural and design services, including completion of shovel-ready plans, specifications, and construction bid documents for a new senior activity and community center facility to be constructed on city-owned land, and to bring back an agreement with all terms and conditions, including contract amount, for the city's approval at a future council meeting. Mr. Hendrix.
Mayor, council, before you is staff is requesting authorization to negotiate a contract with A&E DESIGN GROUP. Stephen Butler is the principal of that group. He's a member of CAS, and he's already committed a great deal of time and personal effort to get us where we are with that project. He has been vetted by our project manager and found to have the qualifications needed to be able to do this at a high quality. And staff recommends approval. I have Mr. Butler and our project manager here and myself if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. Jerry, does anybody have any questions, comments? Councilor Rizzo.
There it is. Got some questions on the square footage. The numbers weren't adding up earlier. Trying to find the drawing I was looking at. There it is. Okay, if you look at page 17 of 26, I believe it is, it's got the floor plan. and you're looking at the square footages aren't adding up. Just looking at the green section alone, it's 30 by 50, so 60 by 50, you add them both, adds up to a little over 3,000 square feet. We've got 2,908 square foot. The rest of the building as well seem to be off on all the numbers. So I was just wondering why the numbers were off.
Well, my name's Steve Butler with A&E DESIGN GROUP. Thank you for the question. These are schematic drawings. The square footage is going to vary somewhat in between. I've already even got a revised drawing today that would include some of the comments that we've had in recent conversations with CAS and with the city. And I know maybe even when the county gets involved in this too, that they're going to want to have some input too. So I am not concerned as far as my fee goes, on whether or not the square footages add up or whatever, because whatever it takes is what we're going to do as far as coming up with a design for the facility. So.
Okay, the other question I have is that the building seems like it holds quite a bit of people. I'm thinking maybe about 300 in some areas.
Yes.
We've got parking for about 100 and something vehicles. So I was wondering if we had allowed, as this building, I think might stretch a little bit. We've got a lot of unincorporated areas as well. Yes. I know that's going to change as we get more input in there, because I see really large hallways. I just want to make sure we address those spaces, make sure that we're not just creating a large hallway and there's a space that we could use, something I'd like to see. But the other thing is the parking. I just want to make sure we have ample parking for the facility that we're.
I'm not sure what, yes, sir. I'm not sure what design that you have. Okay. But I have, in recent days, come up with another parking design because I had the same concern that you did.
Oh, good.
Now, I don't know how much you want to get into this or not, but we need to kind of follow the city guidelines on what parking requirements we're going to have, and so I've chosen to take it upon myself to say, okay, and to assume some things, which you know what that means. And I've come up with that probably the best parking requirement would be close to 300 parking spaces. What we have designed and what you have, there's probably 100. Yeah. So what I have done is to come up with how can we get 300 parking spaces in here. Do you want to get into that, Jerry?
I can help address a couple things. We'll be bringing back a more formal schematic at a later time for the council to see. We'll have a lot of this nailed down. I'd also like to add that regarding parking, this facility will be on our Vibe Trail. It will be accessible to carts, and we're working on a parking plan. Since carts take up less space, the availability of golf carts to park there and charge will reduce the amount of space needed to meet the parking requirement.
Sounds good. Thank you for that clarification, Jerry. Appreciate it. Thank you. And I like the design. I actually like the aesthetics of the outside of the building. I don't know if they're in stone yet, but I do like the aesthetics of it, and I think it's a really good design. So thank you for working diligently on this project.
Enjoyed it. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Councilor Tobias.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hendrix, just one more thing on the parking. I know once the facility, when it does get up and running, there will be possibly times where you would have small buses for tours or for people to come visit in. Would you be able to have spaces available for that, for those kind of vehicles?
Certainly,
Small
we'll take that into
buses
consideration as we
or
finalize the schematic and the parking plan.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? I have a question for Ryan. I'm just curious your thoughts on, I'm aware that from the beginning, we had a CAS member who came in and wanted to participate up front and kind of get it started. Now that's the direction that we're going from an architecture standpoint. But my concern is that, I'm not saying that it is happening this way, but my concern is that we might be not opening ourselves up to all the possibilities for great design because this got put in place before anything. This is kind of the very first thing that came right out of the gate. It's also the first contract that's coming forward. Are you confident that we are doing our the best job that we can to ensure that this building is exactly what we need and that the design of it is going to be comparable to what we would get if we went out, broadened our search, and started truly from scratch by trying to select a firm that could meet our needs.
All valid questions. Good evening, Mayor, council members, sorry. All very valid questions, and I wish I could answer with 100% certainty on that. As you said, there's a lot that happened before we all got here, so there's a lot of history we don't know that none of us know. I can tell you ultimately, at the end of the day, the architect's role is to provide what the end user is requesting. So ultimately, it's going to be up to CAS, the city, the county, everybody to provide their input, and for us all to make sure that the output from Mr. Butler's firm is exactly what you've requested. That should be, if you have two architects that are working completely independently and they get the same inputs, the output should be very similar. So it's more a function of what we're telling him and what he's giving back versus who the architect is, in my opinion. So with all that said, I've looked at his SOQ that you have in your packet. I have no experience with Mr. Butler. I've never worked with him before, but I made some phone calls from his reference packet. Admittedly, it was hard to get a hold of folks because a lot of his references are school districts and they've been out for the past couple of weeks for holidays. But the folks that I did talk to had nothing negative to say and no reason to indicate to me that he is not qualified. If you look at the long list of clients that he's worked with, you'll see a lot of cities, a lot of municipalities, a lot of school districts. So I have no reason to feel he's not qualified.
Okay. Those are my questions. Any other comments?
And I know this is a very hands-on council, so I'm pretty sure we're going to get a little more input on the design. And
well, we have been, we have been when it comes to these projects.
Yeah.
And this is a little bit different from the method that we've pursued with the projects that we've had so far that have been, I think, successful. We started from scratch. We played no favorites. We said, we had high standards for what we want. We went out, we looked at other buildings or projects. We tried to really compare and make sure that what we were designing is exactly what we want. And I'm just, not sure. I certainly haven't, participated in any of the design. I don't know who came up with the design. I don't know if this was just CAS members or Mr. Butler himself, or if council members had input on the design and some of the uses. Right now, I think it's being proposed that probably a lot of the city is going to be asked to pay for a lot of this, assuming we move all the way through to the end. And I know we have ambitions of raising money elsewhere in order to help fund this project. But this is where everything starts getting real once you start putting hundreds of thousands of dollars into designing a building. If you find out later that it wasn't really what you wanted, or it's going to cost an amount that you didn't want to pay, then we'll look back on this vote as being something we wish we'd taken more time with. So that's why I'm bringing this up.
I wanted to add one thing I think is really important from my perspective as your representative. Mr. Butler's local, and he's not a big mega firm, which means I can't tell you how many large firms we've worked with where an architectural firm will say, the owner will say, I want this. And the design firm will say, well, that's not our standard. I've not heard those words come from Mr. Butler's mouth. I think he understands that what you want is what you want, and you're going to be the ones using the building, and I think he's going to try to deliver that. And he's local. So when I pick up the phone and call him, I know he's going to answer. And if he doesn't, we know where to find him. So
that's true.
That's always nice. So I think that's a big plus for the city. Yes, sir.
And keep in mind that this vote is just to negotiate the contract with Mr. Butler and his firm. If those negotiations don't produce what we want, then we'll address that when we bring the result back. We've also engaged the city's architectural consultant to work with us on this, so we'll have that to make sure we're getting the proper aesthetic.
I think that'd be very helpful.
Yep.
You have something? Councilmember Bradshaw.
Yeah, just to clarify, so you will be bringing back the final contract before
Yes, ma'am.
further approval?
We'll be bringing back the contract, we'll be presenting schematics along the way, and every step of the way we'll be keeping council apprised of where we are and what things look like.
And the price tag?
And the price tag. This contract will not exceed $600,000 because that's what's been authorized, and also be contingent upon all that money being in a dedicated fund before we bring the contract back.
And right now we're at 500 or 475, something like that.
We have the city's commitment for $200,000, the county's commitment for $200,000, but we haven't finalized the instrument of that transferal of money, and CAS is still working on their part. They have half of it, is what I've heard.
Okay. Councilor Ellison.
No, I think these are all very legitimate and great questions from my colleagues. I'd probably say, with the parties that are here right now, we could probably get some of our questions answered on how the design came about. I think there are parties here that probably could elaborate on that if we wanted to go down that road. I'm sure they'd be happy to tell us about that.
About 3 years ago, well, I moved here about four years ago after living in the Panhandle all that time. And when I came here, I met some people at the Chamber of Commerce meeting, and they introduced me to the people with CAS. And so since I'm a senior, I thought I'd just go ahead and join. And the CAS had a dream of having more than what they've got over there, which you all have been more than gracious to supply them with the space to meet. But it's growing. The CAS population is growing, and since they knew they needed more than what they had, and I had the dream and the desire, like they did, to better the community in the senior community in this area. We, between Larry Simone and some of the board members there at CAS, we came up with a needs assessment, and actually came out with a survey from the public that. So between the needs assessment that the CAS has already established and the desires that they had to serve their population, then we came up with a one-line schematic drawing, much like what this was that you see. And with that said, then we fine-tuned it, kept fine-tuning it, and more excitement got it, because I told Larry, I said, if you're not going to be able to sell this project unless you have something to show people. So took it upon myself for gratis to help them out and come up with a design that they could actually go out and fundraise with this. That's before you all were even involved. So since Larry Brooks and Larry Simone and some of the other people decided that we'd like to get with you guys, with the city and whoever else would help them make this a reality, then you all stepped up and were able to at least provide some land on a lease agreement. And basically so I designed the building to fit the property, and fine-tuned it on probably every month or so. We'd come together in a meeting and we would say, we'd like this change and do that differently, and that's where we are today. So it's been a 3-year process. I mean, I've been fiddling with this thing for 3 years, and it's been a wonderful journey to this point. Met lots of nice people and some not so nice. Not too many of those out there. Wow. But that's how it happened.
Mayor, Council, Larry Simone, President CAS. The journey was correct, but one thing we did with Steve is we asked him to go with us on his own time, and we functionally visited places, sat in these seats, says, was that big enough? Is your quilter room right? And then I personally visited 17 centers in my time in this journey, and most of the boards have been about 6 or 7 of them, and a lot of them gave us input. We talked to the people on the floor. Is that room right size? Should we do this? Should we pool tables in there? All this good, hardcore work, we converted and had Steve into it. And so we said, Steve, we never designed a building, but we think this is the right process. After 1, 2, 3 facilities, they all pointed to a place called Round Rock, Texas. And that's been the premier place, and we're talking about going there as a group one time. And what they told us and what they learned and lessons learned, we put back into our design. Is it perfect? We want to hope that it is, and we're doing the best we can as seniors. But it's been a 3 years journey, I'll tell you what. And we love it, and we think we're there. And we surveyed our folks and said, what do you need? And see, a lot of seniors haven't been to a real senior center. This is new business to them. So we had to bring them, show them what we have. And when they did see it, they made comments. Just today, people were making comments on stuff. So we're open to it, and we always go back to architect. So that's all I can say. Is that good? You all right? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Simone, thank you for your time, and thank you for y'all's dedication on this 3-year journey. It's definitely noteworthy. I understand that this is the concept that you were bringing out to the public to show what it could be and what it could look like. We did the same thing with our public safety center. The original picture, the aesthetics probably have changed since then, and we're building a beautiful public safety center for the citizens of Kyle. And I think as we continue down this journey and we're working on this building and we're tuning some of those aesthetics and some of the programming inside, I think it's going to be a great center as well. So thank you for your help.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Questions, comments?
I was just going to say, so from what I've gathered in the meetings I have had with them, I haven't seen a lot of input from the city side, but it's been all CAS and their surveys and polling their group and getting that public input, if you will, of those that they serve. I think this is an opportunity where the city now is going to start to give their input and feedback through this process. But I've been very impressed with the seniors of CAS and their tenacity and input on this project. I think it's just really neat how they've come together to provide Mr. Butler and his firm in collaboration and all the field trips they've done to come up with their vision of what it looks like. So it's pretty unique that this was created by them, a lot of the design and whatnot. So.
Jerry, you said that even if we authorized for A&E Design Group to be the only entity that we negotiate with, and then let's say we come to terms that it's $600,000 for the design of this facility, nothing gets triggered until we have fully funded the $600,000?
That's correct.
So can you give us kind of a sense of what are we looking at here if we're pursuing an architect, but we haven't yet raised the money that's required to actually trigger the design work to start in earnest?
We're kind of in a unique situation that we already have a really good start on the design, but this is where the rubber meets the road. We have to come up with the money, and CAS knows that. They're on, I think they have some plans to bring some money in.
I thought at the last meeting that we had some kind of number that had been raised by
Larry, what's your
CAS.
status?
I thought it was 75 or maybe 100.
Right now, we started with 100,000 we have ready. And just today, we awarded a $10,000 check.
Nice.
So, yeah,
So that puts the total with city and county to 510?
Right.
Okay.
Right. $10,000 check, yeah, this week. No, that's the same one, yeah. Last year, we awarded to ourselves today. But
so, Mr. Simone, what are your thoughts about the gap and how do you see this working out?
I had one member say, we're going to get 100 members together, we're all going to give $1,000. We're going to end this thing. I hear that talk. Our goal was the end of the year. Let's get it, guys. We need it. And I just can't tell you the date. It's tough. We had some severe, great promises from people that we thought were going to just pay us off, and things change. I can't give the date. I just don't know. Never been in this business where we're trying to raise money like this. But momentum's going. This year, our total thought in the CAS is money. If you got a brother-in-law, we need his money. You got a firm you deal with, you work for Tesla, you bake at the bakery, ask your boss. So
I have no doubt that y'all are going to get this raised.
It's just I wish I would tell you it's here.
Right.
But reality, I guess.
So is it, I guess maybe the question for the council is just, do we think that it's right to go ahead and move forward with selecting an architect, negotiating a contract when we don't yet have the funds raised? Is it?
I'm sorry. I just want to jump in real nice. Just to be clear, and so we're following Texas government code. We're not discussing fee associated with the architectural contract at all tonight.
We just know what our budget is.
Yeah, well, and that may come down, it may go up depending on how negotiations go. So following this meeting, if you select Mr. Butler as the most qualified, we'll then get with your legal team to get the contract formatted and get a proposal in y'all's contract terms. We'll go through that negotiation process. And then once we've come to a comfortable number and scope, that will come back.
So your plan then is to, if we approve this, is to take this and go and bring back a package that includes a fully funded proposal?
We would not bring back a contract, at least this is me talking. Our intent was not to bring back a contract to the city council until we have the funding secured that would go along with that contract.
I'd like to make a motion to approve. Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Kales. Or discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Butler and Larry. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate all y'all very much. All right, next up, agenda item number 17. Consider impossible action to approve work authorization number 1 with K FRIESE Associates in an amount not to exceed $1,466,000 and change for project management services. Mr. Barba. That's a big one.
Yes, council members. Leon Barba, city engineer. Mayor and council, this is a very first step, a major step in trying to move forward with all of our road projects that we plan to try to rebuild and get some complete streets out of some of these roads that really need repairs today. Joe Cantalupo is here with us tonight. If you need to ask any specific questions, he is with K FRIESE Associates. But again, there's a number of steps that are involved, and this is the very first step that we need to take to start getting the project management team together. And it's equivalent to, say, 4 people for this particular contract. That's what they're kind of bringing to the table. They will be doing project management. They'll be preparing including a software to be able to track these projects. They're going to be taking this up to 30%. So in other words, they'll be doing RFQs. We'll be assisting them with RFQs. They'll be helping us with selection of the different engineers that need to do these projects and get it completed in a timely manner. I'm available to answer any questions. We did give you a kind of a summary of in the other explanation, so you can kind of see a summary of what they're going to be doing for us as they move forward with the project. This first item, number 1, is a large amount there for sure, but understand as time goes on, we may not use all of these funds depending on how much we use them for this first round, and it is possible that we would have some funding available or later depending on how much work they do on this particular round. As we go to the next phase, when they start actually implementing the 30% for these engineers, we don't anticipate this number to be that large. So I'm available for questions.
Any questions for Leon?
So this will get us to the 30%, correct?
Up to 30%, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Because I know when we're looking at federal funding that they do require some of the architecture to be done, usually 30%, so I'm glad that we're going to 30%. I know it's a large number, but I mean, our roads are all over the city are in desperate need of repair, so, and just not repair, improvements. We need new roads throughout the city, so I know it's a large number, but it's something that it's been coming with the growth, so we've got to address it, so definitely.
Leon or Scott, can you give a brief discussion of which roads we're going to be pursuing design for and how they're, I know there's a table there, how they're proposed to be funded and some of that? And then my other question is, if 30% design is, like what percentage of the average contract is 30% design as it relates to the total amount you would spend on a road project? Because we could get a sense then of how much total roads that we, in terms of financially, that we're trying to get on the table, that, you know, there'll be questions coming to us for how to get them funded. You know, I know a portion of that we're planning to take this November. That's really a big part of this. But I don't know that every project is something that we're planning to take forward to the voters. There are some roads that we've proposed to pay for through potential creation of special districts, developer contributions, some of those that might be a little bit further off, some that might be a little closer, or maybe broadly are we sure that these roads that we're pursuing right now are all important roads that need to get designed, that these are the next 12 roads that we want to do, so to speak? It's, in my mind, it's better, like, think about what we just voted on, designing for a building that if the city might change its mind, then all that money would go to waste. But if we're designing for a road, really what we're looking at is potentially a delay, but so long as the design is sound, eventually we're going to build that road. So the dollars seem a little bit more securely invested. Sorry, that was a lot of questions.
I'm not sure if I can answer all the questions. I'll try. One of the reasons that we want K FRIESE Associates to go through this process is we need to make sure we follow all the guidelines and rules that are required. If we, for example, if we apply for CAMPO funding, they have certain rules and regulations that you have to follow to get federal money. The way we particularly do our projects in-house, we don't follow all those rules because we're not getting federal money, we're not using federal money, but we need for them to make sure that we follow every step that's required to get this particular funding, for example, CAMPO funding. So that's one of the things they're going to help us watch and keep track of. One of the things we do not have in-house is a project management system. They're very expensive and very difficult to maintain. It takes time. This is one of the things you're going to be doing to help us monitor these projects and keep track of these things so that they don't get away from us. Right now, in-house, we have over 30 projects. It's really tough monitoring 30 projects, but we're handling it, but it's really not the best way that we have. Again, Council, I could ask you for another $200,000-300,000 for a project management system, but I haven't done that because we're trying to manage those in-house. With K FRIESE and Associates, using the software they're going to be using, that's going to help us track these down to the nth degree. They'll help us keep on track. They'll be able to push these contractors and engineering firms and let us know when they're falling behind and help us keep pushing them forward to get these things done, even during construction. But as percentages, you asked about percentages. Typically, your preliminary engineering report is not a large number. It's usually, I would say, 10% maybe of your construction price or the total price that you're going to have to pay the consultant. And then at the end is when they get into the details, when they have to do their project manuals, they have to go in their fine details, they have to do additional work, confirming all the information they've got, put their specifications together. That's when it starts getting expensive because that takes time to do that kind of work.
All right, so we're buying 7,000 plus hours of project management is essentially what this is. So it does not include the 30% actual design. So each road that we're bringing forward will come with an additional.
Yeah, let's have Joe answer that.
Joe, you want to? Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Joe Cantalupo. I work for K FRIESE Associates. And if you can bear with me a second, I'd like to explain the logic behind this and how we've arranged it. So there's 4 groupings of work authorizations that will take the city through getting all these projects designed and constructed. And what you're looking at tonight is work authorization 1 for project administration. And I'll tell you, it is front-loaded, and there's meaning that we put a lot into the beginning because we're trying to save the city time and money later on. And let me give you an example. One of the things we're proposing in this is to have environmental folks come in and look at the projects in detail. So when the design engineers scope the projects, we understand completely the level of environmental study and analysis that needs to get done. And the reason to put the time and attention into that in the beginning as opposed to waiting when the design engineers do their scopes and fees is that that's one of the areas where design engineers tend to come back and say, we need more money because we didn't understand the environmental circumstances. So there's a lot of that stuff that goes in the beginning. The other thing we're doing is we're putting all the processes in place to help track the projects from beginning to end. Leon mentioned Procore. Procore is a tool that we will use to not only track all the schedules, but also to track the schedules against the spending, and that helps us determine whether projects are going the way they need to go or whether they're getting off track, and it'll throw up a lot of early warning signs. It also includes time for our team to help develop detailed project scopes and cost estimates. Again, that's another way to save time and money at the beginning. If we have a complete understanding of the scope of the project and a good cost estimate for what it's going to take to get it constructed, it will save time downstream. And one of the ways it will save time downstream is helping the city plan cash flow and expenditures. So there's a whole bunch of things in there like this that are front-loaded that will help the projects go smoothly and will help them stay on track and not trip over each other. If the city were tackling, say, 4 or 5 projects, you probably wouldn't need Procore. We probably wouldn't have to put the time and attention into this first administrative task up front. What will follow this is a work authorization that will be focused on preliminary engineering. After we implement this work authorization and we help the city sort through design engineers, right, qualified firms to pick up the design of the projects, then what we'll do is we'll figure out what it's going to take to guide those design engineering firms through the 30% design, what we call preliminary engineering of 30%. And so that work authorization, we're thinking that we'll know enough about the projects in greater detail to be able to come back and say, March or April.
All right, let's just take Bunton, for example, which is a road we've brought up, which I know is in the scope of what's being considered here. We just we're in the process of doing some repairs, but what we're pursuing is long-term, complete streets all the way out east on Bunton. What part of this project are we paying for now with this contract, and what in addition to this are we going to have to pay for to get the project ready to be constructed?
So what this work authorization does for not only Bunton or for any project that's included in the grouping is that gets us set up, that gets very detailed scope and cost estimates, that gets the city assistants, staff assistants in selecting all the design engineers. I mean, you've got 10 or so projects, assuming that you'll select 10 or so design engineers. And it gets help with advanced funding agreements for the projects that the city will seek funding through Campo, TxDOT, state or federal funding for. So this does not cause anything to get designed. It's all the administration that we need for a year. The other, and to get the program set up, the other thing to note, though, is that this is time and materials. So what we did was we loaded, well, the phrase I use is that we loaded for bear, but if the money is not needed, right, if things go smoother, if the city for some reason decides not to move all 10 projects forward at the same time, then the money doesn't get spent. This is not a lump sum contract. So, and when we get toward the end of this work authorization and that work gets complete, if there's money left over, we could roll it into next year's administration, or you can roll it into the preliminary engineering, but we won't spend it if we don't need it. This is just so we don't have to come back every couple of months and say, well, we thought you were going to do 5 projects in the beginning, now you're doing 10, right? And now, we need to fund that. This is an authorization to spend the money. It's not a guarantee that all the money will be needed or spent. And when we start on one of these tasks, the plan is that we'll consult with the city engineer and say, we're getting ready to help you with, for example, the RFQs to select the design engineers. This is our estimate of the time. The assumption is that Leon will check it against our estimate of the hours it's going to take and make sure that it's in line.
So K FRIESE would be assisting the city with selecting the actual engineer of the project?
We will do everything up until saying, yes, that's the approved list. We're going to help with the RFQ. And actually, that begins with making sure that the projects are well-defined and that we understand the intricacies of each one, like environmental issues, geotechnical issues, things like that. We'll help the city draft the RFQ. The assumption right now is that we will use a sample project, so all the design engineers that respond to the RFQ will be responding to the same thing, so we can compare apples to apples. We'll help the city staff determine what metrics, what measurements to use, how to evaluate the contractors. We'll even help them go through that. But in the end, it'll be the city, and I'm assuming council will approve the list of design engineers.
Are you planning to go one project at a time, or are you trying to start every project off
So, Mayor, that's a great question, and it illustrates why this is loaded for bear as opposed to squirrel, which is, I don't hunt, so I don't know why I use those examples. But the assumption is that whether you start with 5 or all 10, I mean, you made the point before, you're sure everything's going to move at the same time, is that the assumption is that everything is going to move more or less at the same time, right? And so there is a lot of work that needs to be done to keep them going at the same time.
Well, let me say it this way. We have until roughly August to call a question for a November bond.
Yes.
And so I know there are a lot of projects that are listed out, but I'm not sure if you are clear or if the engineering department or Scott or even this council is clear just yet as to which of those projects we are intending to try to call a question for in August for a November election. And I would hope that those would be the roads that we prioritize because there's our window of timeline. You know, we actually started this, a year ago trying to get to this point, and so we're still at the project management selection phase. These are the first real dollars expended on any of these projects. So I'm happy that it's coming forward. I'm just curious if we're going to be able to meet those timelines to have a realistic look at 30% design and a cost estimate for what those roads will be so that we can give accurate numbers to the voters in November.
We're throwing a lot of resources at this. Well, let me answer your original question first. Our recommendation to the city is not to go advertise for design engineer services one project at a time. Quite honestly, that'd take too much time and you'd never make your late summer, early fall, information need, right, to be able to call the question. And there are other things to keep in mind, right, is that, there's going to be the availability of state and federal funds through the MPO, and that call for projects is likely to happen, late summer, early fall, maybe even late fall. So we've got to help you get all those projects ready. And that means that if you're going to select design engineers, they need to be selected in a way that allows you to potentially get reimbursed maybe for some of the money or to be able to qualify for monies that come after. So that process has to be just so. And that's one of the other things we'll help you do. But again, the recommendation is that you choose all the design engineers at once so we don't spend a lot of time having to issue RFQs for every specific project. And the way we would do that is pick one of the projects as what we would call a sample project, have every one of the design engineers that's interested respond to that sample project, and they all get evaluated based on their approach and qualifications built around that single project. And then they get scored and ranked, and then they get matched up against the list of projects. Because if you did it individually, you'd never make the deadline. I won't say, I don't want to be so dramatic, but the best shot, the way we can get you to the end of the summer, right, beginning of the fall, with the information you need to be able to call the question or to even go after funds that become available, from above, is to advertise for the design engineers as quickly as possible and to do it all at once.
That's an interesting approach you're saying. Now I think I understand what you mean when you say a sample project.
Right.
You're not actually going to issue RFPs for a particular road. You're going to issue, I guess, an RFQ for a theoretical road and then score based on that. And then so is it conceivable that, you said 10 projects, I thought I'd heard 12. The number changes a lot. Do you know the actual number, Scott, of roads that we're trying to bring forward here? I didn't see it in the backup.
If you were to boil it down, it's probably 9 projects, but there are multiple parts to a couple of them, so.
That's the difference.
Nine.
Okay, so is it conceivable that you could go out and create this RFQ and have these different engineering firms come and then decide one gets everything? So that you're just picking one firm to build or to design all the roads, or is that unlikely, or is it most likely that is the thinking you're going to have 9 or 10 different firms?
That's up to the city staff and council. I can tell you what our assumption is. Our assumption is that if you had 9 projects or 10 projects, depending on how they're ultimately packaged, that you would have 9 or 10 different design firms, right? I mean, you'll want to make sure that everyone's, that the design community is afforded opportunity, right? I mean, I would imagine that would be one of your objectives. The other objective is that everyone, our entire industry is super, super busy right now.
Right.
And you want to make sure that the work can get done.
Well, that's my objective.
Right.
The first, I don't really care about.
So our recommendation would be is to not pile projects onto one firm, right?
Right.
I mean,
Well, that's what we did
right.
with HMP and Laverde, if you remember, Stoddard versus Cadence McShane. It was that approach, and I think we've seen that be successful. So,
But again, this is loaded to assume that the greatest number of projects is going to move forward at the greatest speed possible and all at the same time. If a week from now, a month from now, the city says, we're not going to do 9 projects, we're going to do 5, then we don't use as much fuel, right? We back off a little bit. But this is loaded this way, again, and it's time and materials. If we don't need that dollar, we don't spend the dollar. And we do, our firm does have a record of not spending any more that's needed. And it'll also save us from having to come back, it'll save us from having to inch along, right? Coming in this month and saying, hey, can we get started with the first $200,000 and then coming back a month later. So this is an authorization to spend up to that amount to get the design engineers selected, the contracts negotiated, to get the projects all sorted out, ranked, prioritized, scopes, cost estimates, to get the project tracking up and running, to get a very early indication of what it's going to take environmentally and geotechnically to get the projects done, all for the purpose of making sure that once the design engineers get started, that we've identified as much as possible so they don't get hung up on things that they didn't see or that, like, quite frankly, any of us didn't see, and that they can go as quickly as possible. We're trying to save time by spending a little bit more money up front, and we've loaded this to make sure that we don't have to come back, right, as we get the program up and running and ask for money to keep going. So it's a lot of money. There's no doubt about that. But we have a very good plan laid out, and I think it'll allow us to help the city move as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
Councilman Flores-Kill.
Thank you. I think I'm kind of torn in between, do we start this now, which I think it's super important to make sure that we get these environmental studies done. I think that sometimes is the biggest hurdle that a city, especially ones around here, whose land is based on farming, can run into an issue. And do we wait until we collectively get to talk about this in our vision workshop next month? And I don't know what the timeline looks like as far as making sure you stay on schedule, because we're looking at August is when we really need to sit down and decide. So I feel like it's final, right? Mm-hmm. And so I'm stuck in between. Do we have all the information we need now to get started? Or do we wait until after we've collectively sat down and been like, these are the roads, these are the plans?
Well, this is going to seem a little self-serving, but I say you get started now. And some would argue, right, and we've talked to staff about this, that in a way you're already, a tiny bit behind. The risk, to my way of thinking, is if you don't get started now and you decide to move forward with everything, you fall further behind. But what we're going to do over the next month or two, right, as we get going, if you decide in a month when you get to revisioning that you don't want to do any of this, right, you decide you never want to build another transportation project ever, you haven't spent that much time and gone too far down the road. I mean, even when you select the design engineers, and if there are any other design engineers, our firm has certainly been on that end. We've gone through procurement processes, been selected, and then the local governments decided not to make their way down the list because they decided to do 2 projects instead of 5. The risk, and all those contracts, that's part of what we'll do, is being written saying, without clauses, right? If the money doesn't become available for whatever reasons or priorities change, right? We'll help make sure that, you know, you're under no obligation to keep those contracts going. But if you don't get started now, it gets more and more difficult to help you guys meet your August deadline or to be involved in a competitive process for money that comes from another level of government if you want to supplement or replace some of the bond funds.
Scott, can I ask you, is there a definite list that we know we are going to work on that they can at least get started on? Because what we're doing is we're just going to approve the 1.4, but we're not going to pay you all right now. What you're telling us is we're going to work on it case by case, and then you're going to pay that way. You're not just going to give it to us. So if we decide we changed our mind, we're only going to be out what you've already invested your time into.
That's what yes,
Okay.
Yes, Councilmember, that's what I meant by time and materials. So this is worst case loaded for bear estimate. Some things, and this is the way it always works, some things on that list will take less time than we thought, and some will take a little bit more. And if we need to like move money, you know, from one pile to another, we'll do that in consultation with staff. But if we don't, and I can't say it enough, if we don't need the money, we won't spend it. And if we get to the end of having the design engineers selected, having their contracts done, and there's leftover money, the city can say, well, let's take this project admin into 2023, or we can call that one done and then write the next work authorization. But there will be other work authorizations that follow because this is a 5, 6, 7 year program, and there'll be some of these that follow. They won't be all front loaded like this one is because we won't be at the beginning of the program. And they'll be a lot closer to what they need to be, and my guess is that they'll be, you know, they won't be as scary as this $1.5 million.
So between now and February, I think 16th is our meeting after our vision workshop. How many roads do you think that you can focus on?
Well, again, our recommendation is that we're going to work on all 9 or 10 projects, but what we're going to be doing is all the backroom stuff to set up the program, but the big thing is we're going to get started on, and we've gathered just a couple of things, you know, in anticipation of this. We're going to be started writing the RFQ, write the request for qualifications, and helping the city get ready to figure out exactly how to select the design engineers. That's what we're going to be doing over the next month. The decision, choosing design engineers can't happen fast enough, because then those contracts need to get negotiated. And you know, it's a very, very hectic time in this industry, and we need to, I know I keep repeating it, but we can't afford to not get started for you, because it will just, you know, making that August, September, October timeframe just gets a little more scary the longer we take now.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Councilor Rizzo.
So Scott, just real quick, so the 9 roads proposed are the 9 roads that council has been talking about for the past year, correct? Maybe longer? Could you give us a brief recap on those roads real quick?
I'd be happy to. Mayor Council Scott Sellers for the record. So here are the 9 roads. And again, as I mentioned, there are multiple parts to a couple of these. So the first one is the RM 150 extension, including the overpass. So that starts at Veterans and Center Street, or yeah, Veterans and Center, and then continues across I-35 to County Road 158. Second project is Seton Parkway extension, including the Colors Crossing overpass. And those are kind of 2 projects based on funding source and complexity, but it's at where the Seton extension stub out is at the Plum Creek, and then continuing north across BB Road and up across I-35, including the overpass to Colors Crossing. So that's project 2. Project 3 is BB Road, from the frontage road to basically the line between the city limits and Hays County. Project 4 is Old Stagecoach Road to Center Street to Burleson. And if the council recalls, we added a little portion from Veterans Drive to Burleson as well. Somewhat of a separate project, but it would still, you know, Pape Dawson was the engineer that did 2770 Stagecoach around to Center to Veterans, council expanded that project, but that hasn't been 30% designed yet. So that's,
And there's some design on that already, so there would be
there's
some cost savings on
30%,
it.
but
Yeah.
the additional portion would also need to be caught up there. So that's another project. And again, that already has an engineer. Kyle Parkway / Lehman Extension, so moving east, Kyle Parkway at Seton Hospital would continue further east and then attach to Lehman. And that project also has a couple of arms to it where it's not just the one road attaching, but there's another road in the Transportation Master Plan that shoots up and then connects to the Seton Extension as well, right? So kind of a dual-armed road there. So that makes up the 5th project. 6 is Marketplace Avenue from 1626 to Culler's Crossing. Very straightforward. That project could be financed through special district financing potentially, to be determined. Project 7 is Bunton Creek Road. Per our example, that is from Lehman Road east to Porter Cove, which is one of the first roads there in Bunton Creek Village. So it widens, straightens out that harsh curve there. Project 8 is Goforth Road, and that would be, so that's north-south, that's from Beebe Road to FM 150. I guess we're calling it RM 150, but basically north to south down to 150. And then project 9 is Windy Hill Road from the frontage road to Cherrywood. And Cherrywood is their Indian paintbrush area.
And that was in no particular order, right? Or is it?
You know, not necessarily, but you know, the council will have an opportunity to look at that 30% design come August, or at least the best opinion of probable cost that we have. We may not have 30% on all the projects, but we'll at least have a cost estimate to make that decision in August, and council can prioritize.
Okay, I just want to confirm we don't have any of that down yet. So if people are like, "Hey, we're number 9 and we want to," we haven't done it, right?
Right, and
We'll
again,
discuss.
as was mentioned earlier, there are different funding sources.
Yeah, I don't think that's listed in terms of priority to the city at all.
No.
Yeah.
Some of
Different
those
funding
new
sources
roads become
early on,
available,
yeah.
and it changes the priorities, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting point, though, council members, that, you know, the priorities, I mean, part of the investment that you're making up front is for us to be able to work with the priorities that council sets and staff sets for the projects, but also being able to make sure that that all checks with reality, right? Because your number one priority project, the thing you want to get done first, may take a little bit longer because it's complicated design or complicated permitting. And so part of that investment in the software helps us keep track of is not only the priorities, but when you need the money and how complicated things are and how long they take. So it is, again, there's a lot of investment up front to make sure that we can keep with your priorities as closely as possible, given the cost of the projects, the complications, and, you know, things that come up.
Scott, if we could get a list of those road projects to all the council members, please. We've got a new council member, and I'm thinking some of the past council members don't have that list either. So if we could get that list out to all the council members, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think about the 2013 road bond and what our thought process was there. Leon, were you there at the beginning of the 2013? Right, so the way I understood the story goes is the city sort of identified 5 different roads that they wanted to construct or reconstruct, and our internal engineering department, maybe with finance, kind of threw out some cost per linear foot numbers, and they just went with the back of the napkin approach and put it out to the voters. The voters approved these roads thinking, all right, now we're going to get these roads built. And then lo and behold, we just decided to do one at a time. That included all the engineering, and the 2013 road bond, I think, was concluded at the end of 2021 for 5 roads. And for myself, I swore I would never plan roads again that way. If I could go back, we would do a lot more of the work on the front end, but it requires a little bit of faith in the public to bless what you're doing, but you can set them all up where they can execute close to the same time. Potentially we could do, based on however much funding we had, we could do as much as 5, 6, 7 roads simultaneously, but that requires really great project management up front. So that's what, to me, that's the role I see you functioning, because I see 7,000 hours, and what I really see is we're growing our engineering department by 7,000 hours. We're giving Leon, in particular, 7,000 hours of resources to deploy to help him keep working to bring these projects forward in a way that is, when people think and they go out and vote on these different roads, that we are actually going to be able to deliver those in a timely manner, and then also not completely miss different funding requirements for the roads because we just didn't plan for the street lights or the acquisition of the right-of-way or the moving of the utilities and those costs, and then our budget's just all messed up and our timelines are extremely delayed. Those are the things that I'm hoping that we're going to be able to accomplish.
That is a great way to look at it, right? Those 7,100 hours would really, if you were going to tie this up into a short paragraph, it is to help the city, right, to supplement Leon's staff so these projects can move as quickly as council and staff wants them to move, and as much as, you know, the community can tolerate in terms of having all those things going at once. And, you know, the second part of that is it's loaded up front so we could eliminate as many surprises as possible, because what will slow you down is what you just said, is maybe not doing all that planning and investigation up front.
Those early years were nothing but problems for those roads.
There were a lot of surprises, right? We worked on Marketplace, and, you know, I think that went well because, right, here's another self-serving comment, because we're pretty good at what we do, but there was also a little, you know, luck involved in that as well. But, you know, the goal would be to eliminate as much uncertainty as possible by doing a lot more work up front. So when we do go through preliminary engineering with the design firms, that there's no surprises, because surprises will slow you down and they'll cost you money, and they do no good, you know, for the community, right? Who put a lot of faith in being able to get you the resources to do things like this.
And I think the citizens want to see projects in real time. I believe that, you know, the 2013 bond really disheartened a lot of the citizens in Kyle because they took so long to come to fruition. I mean, that was 2013. We're now in 2022. It was 2020 when we finished Burleson, I believe, late 2020. So it's not happening in real time. Costs go up, material goes up. So the closer you are to being ready is what I think the citizens want. When we come to bond, our last bond was for the Public Safety Center, and 8 months later, we're breaking ground on the Public Safety Center. So I think that's what the citizens have come to expect from council, and I think that's why moving forward with this is really what the citizens are asking for, is to see projects happen in real time.
Other questions, comments? Councilmember Parsley.
All right. When you have the hours for community outreach, can you define exactly what that is and how you set those hours?
So the community outreach in the beginning is, Councilmember Rizzo made the point that about what the community expects to see. So this first phase will allow us to be able to gather the information about how the program is starting, right? So those hours are to help prepare materials that can be shared with the public about the launch of the program, what projects are getting done, what the status of the projects is. And over time, the hours that are in there will change, and the type of information that gets made available to the public will change because the projects will progress. So in the beginning, the public is likely to hear about the projects that were selected, the firms that are working on them, what the scopes are, the complete scopes. You'll need this when you go, like for the projects that go to bond. They'll get information about what the expected cost of construction is, and they'll get information about the schedules. And as the projects get designed, again, with council and staff's blessing, the information that they'll help prepare will include the design of the project, more detailed information about the schedule. And then when the projects ultimately get through design and they go to construction, there'll be construction updates. This, at the beginning, the hours that are in here now are to help get that first round of information ready and organized. The other point I want to make is that the public involvement folks are not working in a silo, right? The folks that are going to help us with Procore and help track the money and progress and schedules, right? They'll be feeding all of the rest of our team information, and the public involvement folks will depend on some of that. Some of that will be presented to you monthly or whatever frequency you'd like to hear it. And so it all works together, right? The tracking through the software gets plugged into the community outreach, and it's also an input to the technical staff that will really have to ride very closely to the design engineers to make sure that they stay on track. But again, the reason we included a public or community involvement team is because we know how important it is to keep your community informed, right? These are very important projects to them. It's going to change the way the transportation system functions for them. Your community has, put a lot of faith in its government to get these things done. And our view, and I think it's your view, is that they deserve, again, real-time information and current information and information that's accurate. And that's why we're putting that time in there. So I hope that answered your question. It made sense up here. I'm not sure if it made sense coming out.
Definitely, and you hit on something that I was thinking of as well, as the quality of life for the residents. The commute times. Is it going to be a 15-minute, 10-minute commute, or is it going to be a 30-minute commute once you hit the city limits? So that's one of the things that we're going to weigh as we're looking at these road projects, is how do we improve people's quality of lives in Kyle? How do we get them home quicker to their loved ones? Because right now the wait times in some of our very narrow roads is quite a bit. So how do we improve that quality of life? So definitely is something we're going to be looking at when we're looking at these projects moving forward.
And again, our job is to help the city help let the community know, how quickly they'll be able to realize the benefits of their investment in the transportation projects. I mean, our job is to get you there as quickly as possible. We want to come back, so we have a huge interest in not failing.
Well, I'll tell you what my personal goal has been since we started this conversation about a year ago. It's been twice the roads in half the time. So I'm hopeful that K FRIESE is an important part of helping us to deliver that.
Well, we're very glad to be here, and we're excited about being able to do it for you.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 17.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
All right. Next up, agenda item number 18, discuss and take possible action to approve a resolution authorizing the submittal of one or more DR 4586 HMGP applications to TDM, authorizing the city manager to act as a representative in all matters, et cetera. Mr. Wilder.
Mayor, Council, Harper Wilder, Public Works Director. Julie Crookston, my Assistant Director, has done all the work on this. I don't want to take nothing away from that.
Or was that a passing of the buck? I don't know. I don't know if that was good or bad right there, Julie.
The resolution before council is just to commit the portion of the funds that the grant requires from the city. So we are applying for 2 to 3 grants here, and TDM will produce 85% of the funds, and they are asking that the city commit to producing 25% of the funds. Because we haven't actually received any of these grants yet, we don't know what that exact dollar price will be. We could receive one grant, we could receive multiple grants. We won't know until the spring when we learn the status of our applications. So this is just the best estimate that our engineer firm that was acquired could provide to us. So it's up to that final amount. It's no guarantee that we will actually be paying that final amount. That is just the estimate, and it could be lower than that, or it could be right around that amount. So this is just you committing that we will produce those funds if we receive the grants.
Okay, any questions for Julie? Or Harper? Motions?
And just,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
I'll make a motion as well, but just to clarify, so that was the 444,000 and change, that would be the match if all
Yeah, if we receive all the
10
grants.
or so, I don't know how many there are, but yeah, okay. I appreciate that. I think grant requests are
Yeah,
very welcome.
it's unlikely, Tatum has said it's unlikely we'll receive everything we apply for, but we're applying for as much as possible just in case we happen to get everything we ask
That's
for.
good philosophy.
Yeah, yeah. I make a motion to approve agenda item 18 as written.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilor Ellison, seconded by Councilor Flores-Kell. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Julie. All right, next up, agenda item 19, first reading an ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, annexing 102.1599 acres of land, more or less, located in the north corner of Highway 21 and East FM 150. This item does have a public hearing. Mr. Atkinson.
Do you want to open the public hearing first?
If you'll present it.
Sure.
Then we'll do a public hearing, then we'll open it for questions.
Definitely. Give me just a moment here. Pull it up on the screen so y'all can see a visual of where this is. Okay. So about a year and a half ago, representatives of JD's Market came forward wanting to start work in the process of building a regional shopping center on the hard corner of 21 and East FM 150. This site that you see in the picture there with the Orange Regional Node and the new settlement community around it in its current state is the acreage that they're wanting to annex. It has a Chapter 212 non-annexation development agreement on it, which stipulates that to get any permits for the site, they have to be annexed into the city. They are starting the process as normal. This is a pretty standard project beginning to move forward. There's going to be a vote tonight, and then at the next meeting, there's also going to be a vote as well, if y'all consider it. So following annexation, there's going to be the zoning, subdivision permits, site development, conditional use permits for elevations, and then building permits. There's no wastewater currently here in this area of the city, so for the time being, when JD's decides to pull permits, they're going to be using an on-site sewer system, which is septic for all intents and purposes. But the roads around there, the two state highways, it's a major corridor. The hard corner, for what they want to do is fine. Staff has no objection to what they're doing. We ask that y'all vote to approve it.
Okay, this item does have a public hearing, so if there are no objections, I'm going to open up the public hearing now. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Atkinson or comments? Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 19.
It's moved by Councilman Rizzo, seconded by Councilman Ellison. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item number 20, first reading, an ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, annexing 201.377 acres of land, more or less, located at 1899 Six Creeks Boulevard in Hayes County. This item also has a public hearing. Mr. Atkinson.
All right. As stated, Will Atkinson for the record. This is a proposed annexation moving forward. The applicant, following acceptance of the schedule in the December meeting for the annexation, did ask that this was postponed for consideration. We are wrapping up a few more items from a development agreement perspective. It's not quite ready. So we're asking that y'all open the public hearing, close it, and then take an action to postpone it to the January 18th and the February 1st.
Open it and leave it open?
You don't
Nope.
have to leave it open. You can open and close it.
Okay. All right. Is there any objections to that proposal? Councilor Ellison.
I was just going to say, would that prevent us from having a public hearing on the next scheduled item when this is brought back, if we were to close it?
You can open and close it and postpone it until the 18th. I don't think I understood what you asked.
Oh, okay, the public hearing. So if we close the public hearing tonight, will we be able to, when it's brought back, would there still be a public hearing opportunity on that
No.
if we close it?
Let's just
If we
leave it
wanted
open.
to leave it open, then we would, if we wanted to have public hearing on the next time, leave it open.
Correct, yes.
I agree with that. Councilmember Flores Kell.
Thank you. Can you tell me what the purpose of opening it if we're not gonna?
Because we have to give notice of the public hearing a certain number of days before the public hearing, and so you need to have the public hearing today, or you have to renotice in the paper.
So we would be doing that as a convenience to the applicant?
Yes, so the item,
And the public. If you're holding that public hearing open, then you give the public more time to comment on it.
What I'm saying is if we just don't open it,
If you don't open it, then you're going to have to redo some steps. So it's an inconvenience for the city and the applicant.
but the applicant's not ready.
correct, there was the proposed timeline that we had as far as I'm aware, we started moving forward with the annexation and what have you. In the meantime, there was a couple more items that we haven't quite gotten wrapped up. I'm not aware of all the details from the development agreement standpoint. And the applicant had specifically requested that y'all postpone consideration of the item. And we can do that if you can either keep the public hearing open until the next meeting, or you can open it up, close it, and then postpone the meeting. Either way works. It's just what y'all feel comfortable with.
So is the delay due to the city or due to the applicant?
That I am not entirely sure. I just know
Well, the
what we
agreement's not
requested.
finalized yet.
Okay, so what I'm just trying to avoid is the same situation happening again and again, and not just with this one. I don't want to set a precedent with the developers or the landowners that this will become a habit to do. What I'd like to see is for them be ready and be prepared, whether that be on our side or their side, but whenever it's brought to us, I'm not doing my research on something that, and I knew because I put on there open and close does what, but I still have to research, and so that could have given me time to research other things, or maybe to spend time with my dog, or a variety of things. So I'm just asking that this doesn't become a habit, that maybe this gets just put on the next agenda next time if we know that we're not going to be prepared.
That's fair.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there are no objections, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? All right, I'm going to leave the public hearing open. I'd like to make a motion to postpone this item until the next regularly scheduled meeting. Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Ellison. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. 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 All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 21, discussion and possible action regarding the City of Kyle's comprehensive plan. This item was brought back because of a date certain that the council set. Ms. Lewis, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amber Lewis for the record. That's correct. On November 1st, there was the same exact item on your council agenda, and you had voted to set it for tonight's date. During your discussion, you discussed hiring for the planning director. And so immediately, that was one of the first things that I worked on as soon as I got here. And we are in the final stages of that. We are doing our final interviews next week. And so we expect to have the director in place mid-January. And we have also advertised for a planner position, but the director will take this on as soon as they get here.
Okay, so the plan for the comprehensive plan is to bring it back after
Correct. They would start working on whatever steps. I'm not sure if they would bring you an RFQ or how that might go, but they would start whatever next steps needed to bring that to you all.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? So if we let this one go, the plan will be for the planning director to bring an RFQ as one of their first tasks. Your anticipation is that that might be February for us to come forward with an RFQ
February
process?
RFQ.
Okay. All right.
Promise.
So just making sure we're all aware that it's coming forward. So
So we're going to hold off until we get a planning director?
that's been
Yes.
the plan. The planning department will oversee the majority of the development of the comprehensive plan. And so because we have two positions that are key for that, we're wanting to put those in place and then immediately start the comprehensive plan. And so we're bringing this forward now because we said we wanted to bring it forward at this time. So that's why Amber wanted to make sure we had it on the agenda. But the plan is for the RFQ to come out basically in a month's time whenever we get our planning director in place, because they'll be the one that's shepherding that project.
So what is the holdup on the hiring of the planning director? Because I think this was back from either November or December.
Right, so I started December 6th, and we had our first round of interviews, I think, 3 weeks, two or 3 weeks after I started. And so now holidays and everybody and trying to get everybody on the same page. But I figured 30 days isn't too bad to get final interviews done for a professional position like this.
Do we have applications that we're reviewing?
Yes, we have 4 finalists right now, and they are excellent. So we're going to interview 2 on Tuesday and then 2 on Wednesday.
So when you say 30 days, then this will come back in February. Can we bring this back the first meeting in February?
Sure.
Okay.
We can do that.
Oh, yeah.
Let me
Go
not
ahead.
set an unrealistic expectation. So, once we make the offer to that person, they will have a certain amount of time to give a notice to their employer. So it's as soon as we get them to start, it's that next council meeting that we'll have an RFQ. So I can't commit to a date certain because we just don't know yet.
And we are really short in the planning department. Before I came here in December, it was just Will doing all the planning and then with the support staff. But so we're trying to fill those vacancies.
To Councilmember Flores-Kell's point, staff has got a plan in place for when they're wanting to bring this back, and they're executing on that plan. This item is here because we're wanting to make sure that the plan's followed. But if we want a different plan to go in place, we do need to give them direction to do something other than what they're currently intending to do. And what they're intending to do is hire the planning director and then immediately bring back the RFQ. So if we want to say, nope, let's do RFQ, even if we don't have that position nailed down, let's start on that, we would need to tell them now.
Yeah, I guess my question would be, what would the difference be in an RFQ if we had, say, Will or the city do it now versus the city planner? Would it be significantly different? Because if it's not, then why wait? And if it is, then I understand.
I don't know that substantively it would be different. It's just maybe resources. We would also like that planning director to weigh in on what the qualifications of the firm would be. So that way, because they're going to,
Which he still could if we
Yes.
did an RFQ and then say, we held on to him for, I can't imagine much is going to change within the next.
Well, so just a direct answer to that is it's experience. We're trying to find someone who has experience working on a comp plan update. So if the planning director has had experience going through the whole process and has good information to contribute to the RFQ, we want them to put that in there.
Okay.
Just real quick, if we were to go now, then we would put the burden on Will, correct? And he's one man and doing the job of 3. So I don't know if we want to put that burden on him right now. So
All right, any other questions or comments?
we're not going to work you to death, I promise.
No.
I appreciate staff being mindful of what we requested last November, so thank you, Amber. And everybody knows how much I've been interested in getting this done, but I think this is a solid plan. And I agree that getting the planning director position in place, who will, as Mayor mentioned, shepherd most of this program, as well as the very legitimate points Mr. Sellers makes. I think this is a solid plan forward.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, agenda item, flip the page, number 22. Discuss options for the marker for Sarah Dahlstrom at the corner of Old Stagecoach Road and RM 150. Councilor Ellison.
Thank you. And Amber, I know you have a mic over there too, so I'll have you just fill in the blanks here. But essentially, council might remember last council meeting, December 16th, we were approached about the Dahlstrom Memorial that's there at the marker that's there at the convenience store that's about to be built, and the concern from some of our residents about that either being moved or taken away in some shape, form, or fashion. Staff has done a great job, and Amber can elaborate on this, on getting feedback from our working with our partners. So Amber, if you want to just fill us in on that.
Sure. So we reached out to the owner to make sure that the current marker, it is approved by TxDOT to be there, and we made sure that it wasn't going to be in the way of the driveway, and it's not. And so they were happy to let it continue to remain there, and we just thank them profusely for honoring that marker there.
Thank you, Amber. And so the only other thing I wanted to add to the council is to see if we wanted to have staff reach out to the underlying landowner to see if there was something perhaps that could be done for something a little bit more permanent structure there, perhaps, if that's the council's desire. But I think it's great news to hear that the memorial that is there will be undisturbed.
Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, I kind of thought of that, when that was brought up as well. But I think I went back to Mr. Dahlstrom constructing this, and, the time and the love he put into this. I think what we could do as a city is make sure that we maintain it, and that would be individuals going out there and making sure that the grass is cut and that, any trash or anything picked up around there. I think Mr. Dahlstrom built this marker, had this marker built or installed himself with a lot of love towards his loved one. I'd hate to go in there and disturb it any way that would change the way it looks, but I would implore us to make sure that we, as a community, maintain that marker and do what we can to make sure it stays to a good standard, or we can really honor the family.
Do we know if the Adopt a Highway has a sponsor for that stretch of road? That might be someone we could approach about incorporating. I don't, that's just a thought off the top of my head. Then my other question is, Amber, you said that TxDOT has allowed for the marker to be there. Is there a different classification that makes it more permanent than what you're saying? Is there something that can be done to make it, I think about the Philip Duran area, we did a street, but there's also sort of a monument there or whatever, but I just don't know what the rules are around that, and if there's anything we could do, since it sounds like the parties are willing to really cement that, maybe it's worth pursuing.
So there would be something from a crash rated standpoint. So you can't erect anything permanent in the state right away that's going to impede with crash ratings. So that's why most of those markers all down the highway system are the same. We can look into it. What I was going to mention a little earlier is that the underlying landowner, not just the gas station group, but of the full 10 acres, would most likely take that on as a maintenance project, just as they're maintaining all the property. And I'm very happy to reach out to him and have them do that.
And one thing just to point out, just reminding everybody that Mr. Dahlstrom put this together. The thing is, if you start, building a marker for someone, there's markers throughout the city. Mm-hmm. Are we gonna just do it for one person, or are we gonna do it for everybody? So that's something we gotta keep in mind as well. So I don't know if that's, that's a lot to go throughout the city, because I've traveled a lot of the back roads, a lot of the roads up and down Kyle, and there's markers all up and down the road. And, your heart goes out, but at the same time is that our responsibility as a city to go and put a monument at every one of these markers. Yeah.
I haven't had much experience with this, but I think it's part of the permit with TxDOT is that the applicant agrees to maintain it in perpetuity. So the family may already be maintaining the marker site itself, but again, the landscaping around the marker, could be something that we have that underlying landowner do.
And I would be totally on board for that. It'd be great.
So that agreement we do think is already in place where the family's maintaining it? If it's in the right of way, how does the property owner have any say one way or another?
Well, it's
'Cause
a
it's
right-of-way
not-
permit for the family to maintain the marker, but the underlying property owner, would be responsible to maintain. It's like we do everywhere else in the city. They maintain up to the edge of the roadway.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe that is correct, that the family members would be responsible for maintaining that memorial if it's placed there.
Okay. Sounds good. Any other questions, comments? All right, next up, agenda item number 23, discussion and direction regarding currently open board seat applications. So two different things are happening on two different paths, and I wanted to bring this up to the council so that we could all be aware of that and then decide what we want to do. Number one is, at our last meeting, we created an ad hoc committee to rewrite our boards and commissions policy. That committee, I guess is what we're calling it, is moving forward with bringing back a proposal. But at the same time, before we even made that motion, we already had, I think, 3 different boards and maybe a total of 5 or 6 different seats. So there's 2 P&Z seats that have been posted for a while. That we have, I don't know what the total is. You may know, you may have looked at it more recently, but we had 6 or 7 total applications in for that seat. And it's been posted for longer than typically we post. And then I think there's a library board and one other one that I remember. Scott, or Paige? This is what I told you I was going to ask. So, what are the other seats that are currently open? How long have they been open, and do we have applications? And the broader question I'm trying to ask is, do we want to allow for these applications to go ahead and go through our current boards and commissions policy, which is a 4-member interview panel, brings them in, makes a nomination, and brings them forward, or do we want to wait until a proposal comes for a new boards and commissions policy and we have those discussions and get that secured and then repost and start again according to that process? But first, Scott, do you know what the other seats are that are currently open?
So there's ZBA. Oh, go ahead, Will. So
we're looking at doing alternate.
Yeah.
Board of Adjustment?
Yes, Zoning Board of Adjustment Appeals.
It's like I haven't talked in front of a microphone for 5.5 years. Yeah, we're looking to post an alternate for ZBA. The reason for that is the way state law works, to pass a variance, you have to have a 3/4 vote. And when you only have 5 members on the board, if for whatever reason, if someone calls in sick, you better hope that the other 4 members are absolutely in attendance. So one of them, and hopefully one of them doesn't.
Right, but is that a currently posted opening with applications received, or is that something you're hoping to post?
That's something I believe we are going to.
Hoping to post after we hear the discussion tonight.
Okay, but do we have currently open seats? We have 2 for P&Z that have been open for a long time.
And then library.
Library board is the other one, just one seat?
And then, give me half a second here.
And the other thing about ZBOA is that, according to state statute, 4 members have to hear the variance.
Right. And then we'll have the Arts Commission members as well, as newly appointed.
All right, and the
So
Arts
2 P&Z and 1 library board right now, or where we have applications?
Yes, we have applications.
When was it noticed, and how many applications do we have?
So the P&Z one has been going since September, starting with our previous chair stepping down, and another chairperson or another person stepping down because of they couldn't handle with their job and working as a volunteer. So it was a slow start to getting applications, but actually within the last month, we've actually had a lot more from the P&Z Commission. So there's about 6 or 7.
And the library board position?
That I don't know the answer to.
When was it posted?
We have 2 positions open for the library board. We have 9 applications, which includes some legacy applications from a while back, and we're ready to start vetting those and beginning interviews.
Okay, so what I don't want to do, and I think staff doesn't really want to do until they've heard from us, is close those down and fill those seats. But it's kind of obvious, at least in my mind, that we should. But I want to give us an opportunity to weigh in on that and decide whether we want to affirmatively move forward, bring forward nominations, or whether we want to go a different direction. So does anybody have thoughts on that? Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Thank you. I can say that we've gotten together, me, Councilmember Tobias, and Councilmember Parsley, and we have made great progress. And what we can do is try to speed up that progress to make it so it will be the next council meeting. And so therefore we could use that policy sooner rather than later. I mean, it at least gives us time to discuss it. And I say that because a majority of the information for the new process came from Councilmember Tobias, which I always tell him he's hiding his intelligence from us, and I don't appreciate it. But I was reading what he had written and what we all talked and agreed upon, and I thought this is perfect, because we're just trying to make a process that is fair and non-political, where there's these goals we have that I think are very important to every committee and board that we're working with. So my opinion is that we put a rush on this. Not make it any less subjective, I guess, but get together, finalize, and then bring it back to council by next meeting. And then we can proceed with the members and the commissioners and the boards and committees.
Councilor Ellison.
Before I comment, would anybody else from the task force like to elaborate or give their input? Because was very curious about y'all's input before I made my comments this evening.
I'll go ahead and go first. I think we can probably get it done by next meeting. We spent a good almost 2.5 hours of just, pen to the pencil, pen to the pad, and formulated a plan, because again, it's also about the mission statement of each of one of these committees that we're looking at. And there's quite a few of them on there that we noticed that, some of them have terms, some of them have unexpired terms. And so it's a matter of dissecting each one and seeing, going through each one of these committees that we have and identifying the goals, and also getting the policy down as far as what would be more fair, what would be more basic, not so much basic, but something that would streamline the interview process, and also the policy, identify the policy to where it's a lot more efficient in the end. And we can be able to get the best candidate in front of us for the vote, for the recommendation. And Ms. Councilmember Parsley also had some great ideas as well. She gave some good input, so she could give some of her feedback as well.
I agree. We can probably get it done by the next meeting, because what Councilmember Tobias, shared with us, and all the information he brought, it's really, really fair, seems equal, and gives great opportunity to a lot of candidates. So I think it will be great to wait.
Councilor Ellison.
All right. I appreciate that. I appreciate that feedback, and I'll be honest, it's kind of what I expected. So it's probably no surprise to everyone that this policy revision is very important to me. I'm going to be very highly critical of what y'all bring forward, and it doesn't matter what combination of three of you all would have worked on this. I'm going to be looking for every type of bias and way of everything that I had a problem with the previous policy. With that being said, I have every bit of confidence you all are going to bring a great product for us to chew on. My concern is that it's going to be brought forward on January 18th. We're going to chew on it and give y'all all kinds of feedback and different things, and it's not going to necessarily be approved that day, January 18th. I very much don't see that happening, because unless y'all just brought something that blew our socks off, which I'm saying y'all could very well do, my assumption is this is going to take a couple reiterations. So if council agrees that that's probably going to be the course, then we're not just looking at maybe January 18th, having a new policy and then being able to implement it from there. It's probably going to be maybe even February at the earliest that we'll implement that. Are we comfortable continuing to keep those boards and commissions open from that? I've said on P&Z before, I understand what it's like to have a strain and not all your members there. It puts an extra burden on it. But at the same time, y'all have heard me say I want a fair process for these boards and commissions. So that is just a little bit of my concern with waiting. I know that might be a surprise to you all, as much as I want to get a new policy involved. My other concern is those, you said 7 applicants for P&Z and 9 for the 2 positions on the library board. You know, those, and even some legacy applications. Those people have taken the time to submit their interest for our boards and commissions with the policy, as much as I dislike it, that is in place. So my concern is if we were to have a different policy, would it just wash all of those folks out and start it over? Because, like I said, this policy could look similar to the one that exists. It could be completely different. We don't know. So that is just my concern, those 2 things, that it could most likely push out to February, maybe even March, and then the applicants that have already applied. That would be my request of council to consider that.
And my feedback on that is I understand that there will be some that may look at it that way, like what you're saying, but I'm looking at an improvement, overall improvement. And if it means we take another step back and look at it and find a better way of whether it's vetting out, whether it's the interview process, whether it's the reappointment process, it's the whole thing is that we're trying to accomplish the mission of getting more people involved in our city overall. So I understand your concerns about, okay, well, you're going to bring it to me in 2 weeks, and I may not like it, so I may not vote for it, and then we got these people waiting. It could be a matter of like, hey, this may be great, or let's try it. You know, whether we wait, whether we bring it 2 weeks from now or we bring it in at the end of the month. I think that what our task was to look at finding a more fair and efficient and more modern process of how we can be able to get these commissions and these boards and the ad hoc committees on board with the mission statement full, so that way when they are on board, they feel ready to go, ready to serve. That's the whole key. That's the whole objective of everything, is making sure we do it in a fair, and I want to use the fair and balanced thing, but it's to be able to make sure that we have it more efficient and more effective, so that way we can get the positive feedback that we are requesting, and that we are also requiring that these boards come back to us with their ideas and their opinions and everything else that comes along with their mission statement with the committee.
Can I just make one clarifying point? It's not a vote. I'm going to advocate for a change of this policy. So almost anything I'm going to be advocating for. But my point is that the council, with the task forces being comprised, is that for the idea for us then to take what you have brought to us and then work that to a position where we all feel, or majority of us, I guess, feel comfortable on that. So that's what I'm just saying, that I anticipate that there will be feedback to what you all bring to us, and therefore it probably will need to be massaged even more to bring back at a later meeting. That's what I'm referring to. I'm not trying to hold anything hostage and say I'm not voting for something. I want to be clear on that. Just saying that I assume that this is going to take some time to massage through because this is not a light thing here.
Yes, and by bringing these ideas forward, we knew we were going to get that reaction. And we do require feedback from the dice. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, I think everybody is ready to have that discussion related to the policy, and obviously, probably ready to make those changes. That's the reason that we're moving forward. It's these seats in particular that were posted where the applications had already been received before we even made this vote at the last meeting. And so they're in limbo. Is it a situation where we have P&Z who's struggling to make a quorum on a regular basis, which is a very important board to take, robust votes on? Was it our intention when we decided to rewrite the policy to kill the applications and postings that were currently out, or wait until this new policy and then follow that policy, which may include things that weren't done? Or do these current applications that are ready to go need to wait until we have a new policy in place? Or is it appropriate for them to follow the policy that has been in place and that's still in place? I don't have an answer. I have an opinion.
I don't think right now it's much as far as the policy, but the majority of it's the procedure. The procedure on how it would be done. And the policy is still going to be there. The mission is to serve our community on all boards. That's the overall goal as far as the policy goes. But I think it's just the way that the procedures are set up. That we're coming up with that SOP, standard operating procedure, is what we're really looking at the most, to also gain more interest for these boards, because that's the overall goal, is to get, I just don't want 6 applicants, I want 16, I want 11. I want people to be like waiting for when the application process opens, and be ready to serve and be ready to be part of that. That's the whole key. That's the whole bottom line.
Councilman Rizzo.
So I'm really looking forward to the changes. To get true representation from the entire city is something that I'm looking forward to seeing in the future. Seeing people from every district serving on our boards and commissions is something that I've always advocated for and would love to see in the city. I understand that we have a deficiency right now on one of our most important boards, and that's P&Z, because that's planning and zoning. That shapes the future of our city. If there's a way as a council we can come together and try to get these boards and commissions filled so we can keep moving as a city forward in the next couple of months, would be great. Actually, even the next, P&Z meeting and next library meeting would be great, because I know what it's like to show up to a meeting and then be turned away. Councilor Ellison and I walked into a meeting this year, and they didn't have a quorum and weren't able to have the meeting. So it's tough for those that show up and they've gone out of their way, they've given of their time, and now they show up for a meeting and they're not able to proceed. So it's tough for those individuals, and I just hate to see that happen again. But is there a way that we could move forward with these applicants? Say we had a couple of council members involved in the process as well, or I'm just throwing ideas out there, or if we could see the applications as a council as well to maybe weigh some input. If there's a way to move forward, I'm asking council, is there a way to move forward with these applicants right now while we're waiting for the process? Because we're going to change the policy. That's going to happen. We've got a committee that's working on the changes. As a council, we're going to weigh in on those changes. And I think this council is willing to make these changes. And I think it's long overdue to make them. But till then, are we going to shut the city down? Are we going to continue moving forward? So I'm just trying to find a way we can get these positions filled and we can keep the city moving forward.
Councilmember Bradshaw.
I share the same thoughts and concerns as Councilmember Ellison and also Councilmember Rizzo, and even you touched on it as well. I think that we're at a point where we really need to focus on being efficient and getting these spots filled. So I would like to see us pursue the current applicants that we have with the policies that are in place right now, rather than try to rush a new policy change.
Councilmember Parsley.
So the applications are not gonna get wiped out. They're gonna be the same applicants. All we're doing is maybe trying to hold off a little into getting the selection process being a little bit more fair. I was reading both, and again, I'm new here, so I was reading both the old one and the one that was being proposed as we were working on it. It looked absolutely fantastic for so many more people to apply and get to join the committees. I would think rushing to get applicants just because we are short on the P&Z right now will be getting somebody appointed in there for another year. I believe that's how long they're gonna be there. When we can wait a little, maybe 2 more weeks. You know, it could be that for the next council meeting, we will agree on what we are gonna be presenting. We're just pushing it for a couple of more weeks in order to get the right person, the right people selected. And it's just my opinion.
Well, I've, over the last 5+ years, the boards and commissions policy and process has been debated at every single P&Z nominee, but outside of that as well. So I agree with Councilmember Ellison that I don't think it's going to be as simple as bringing it forward, take a vote, follow a new policy, because we've had recommendations from council members about drawing straws in order to make the process fair. We've had recommendations for requiring them to be from individual districts, 2, 4, and 6 from certain numbers from certain districts, east side versus west side, racial. All of these are quantitative and qualitative conversations about the process and which process is or is not fair. Right now, the process just says there's a panel of 4 people, 3 of which are 2 of them are staff, 1 is the chair of the current board, and 1 is the chair of this board, and we've typically broken that out through designees and allowed for as much involvement as possible. But I just don't think it's going to be as simple as bringing forward a proposal on the 18th and having a vote and have that become our new policy. I mean, it could be that way. But this board, the reason the current policy has withstood for so many years is because once you really get down to it, it's hard to come up with a policy that everyone agrees is a fair policy. You know, some ideas might be to let's keep the council as far removed from the vetting process and the interview process as possible, so that there's no perceived political influence. And then the other side of that spectrum is each and every individual council member gets to nominate someone of their choosing for individual seats, in which case everybody has 1 member that they appoint. And then somewhere in the middle, as far as the process is concerned, is probably where we should land, and that's where it currently is. But I think there's obviously opinions about that as well. I just don't really know what to do. I feel like we're split. And I kind of wanted to allow for Will to say, you know, what his thoughts are as far as the importance of getting the P&Z board in particular filled, and the possibility of maybe a 1 to 2 month delay on that, you know, and what that might look like for you.
When it comes to the big things that P&Z vote on, the 2 biggest things that are most noticeable are zoning applications and conditional use permits. So zoning is based on they change the use of the land. There's a public hearing that's noticed and what have you, and goes in the newspaper, and all the affected property owners are noticed. And the conditional use permit, they approve like the renderings of the buildings. They also do subdivision approvals and what have you. The state requires that we have a seated board, and the less people we have on it, the harder it is to get the votes to pass. Now, we are lucky that most of our P&Z members, they work well together. Staff has a good working relationship with them. But if one or two people come down sick, or if someone's not able to make it for that meeting, and we find out last minute that we can't hold a quorum, then everything gets pushed back. And sometimes we have to re-notice stuff in the newspaper, and it costs money. And it's like what we have to do legally to make it work. So if we can have a full board on P&Z and have an alternate approved for the Board of Adjustment, especially the Board of Adjustment, because they require a 3/4 vote instead of just a simple majority to pass a variance, it would be good. I understand that y'all are working on a policy. I believe it's going to be a great, fair policy. But we've had these vacancies, at least on P&Z, for 4 to 5 months now, and we need to get them filled. And the Board of Adjustment one, we've had to renotice. We didn't make quorum in the December meeting, and so there's 2 people not being able to close on a house. So we've renoticed it for this January, so for next week. So it's causing delays in real time.
Councilmember Florescale.
Thank you. May I ask how many people are missing from P&Z, and then how many people are missing from the Board of Adjustments?
So we have 2 vacancies on P&Z. We have several applicants, as I've already stated. The Board of Adjustment, it is fully staffed, or seated, excuse me. We want to have an alternate because the difference between a simple majority and a majority that they have to vote for with a 3/4 vote can cause issues if, for whatever reason, if someone calls in sick. It's as simple as that. Or if one of them doesn't show up. It happened at the last meeting. Someone called in sick and someone didn't show up when they said they were going to be there at the last meeting. So we only had 3 and we couldn't hold anything. They couldn't even vote to postpone. So we had to renotice everything. So if we have an alternate, it means we can have them on speed dial and get them here to the City Hall real quick, and so then we can keep the meeting going on the Board of Adjustment.
So, and that's assuming that whoever we have on call, or whoever the alternate is, would be available. Because it seems like even our people that we appoint may not be showing up. And that, to me, is a bigger concern.
I agree. Whenever we look to appoint positions or people to the boards, we make sure they're aware that we have regularly scheduled meetings, or they should be available for certain dates out of the month. Even if we don't meet on a regular basis like the Board of Adjustment. We've actually met 3 times 2 times last year consecutively, and then we have 1 this year, so 3 times in a row. Before that, we only met on average once per year with Board of Adjustment. That's how good we are at sticking to our code and making sure that we try to make sure we don't need to get to the point of variances. But I can't tell you why they don't, yeah.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
My question would be, like, do we rush this to fill positions that people don't even really seem to be showing up to? And do we kind of overlook the policy that many of us do not necessarily agree with for the sake of filling a position? Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
That's
interrupt.
okay.
I was just going to say, I think CBOA is just a little special in that there are only 5 members currently, and then if, one misses or has another engagement, and while we try to keep them as uniform as possible, since CBOA doesn't meet regularly, it is kind of a little more chaotic in their scheduling. But someone happened to be sick, and so sick and someone missing, and so this just might be just a little bit of safeguard for the meeting.
So for ZBOA, do you need 3 or do you need 4 for a majority, since there's only 5?
We need 4 present, but out of the 5.
And can we?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You go ahead.
Okay. With a 3/4 vote, you have to have all 4 of them vote in the affirmative to pass the variance. when they consider it. So there can't even be one person voting against.
But we're full actually on that. We have all positions
We
filled,
are, and we
correct?
wanted to have the alternate for that reason, though, too.
Okay, so again, I feel like there is another underlining issue besides, and maybe it's because they're just not meeting enough. Maybe if we set up a meeting, just, a monthly meeting that they can plan on, where you guys could discuss certain issues that are going on and not necessarily have to vote, that may make it a little more reliable for the members. I mean, I don't think it's very fun to show up 1 or 3 times a year. And I know you're busy, and I don't want to put any extra meetings on you. I'm just trying to think from a perspective of a resident that doesn't know when you may be meeting. The issue may not necessarily be the number of people we have, but the actual committee and how that progresses and moves forward. And it seems like to me that there is some inconsistencies on how often they meet, and that could be, we could probably put 2 or 3 more people on there, but if they have to be available on a whim or, last minute, that might be difficult.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
How much notice do you give them, Will?
I'm sorry?
How much notice do you give these?
As soon as we have someone needing a variance to be able to get an approved permit, we try to get them as quickly as possible.
What's the required notice, Will?
It's usually close to a month out when we publish stuff in the newspaper. So we do try to tell them as quickly as possible and give them enough notice, and then we try to make sure we give them reminders and all that. And we tend to have, as much as possible, we try to have, if we have to have a Board of Adjustment meeting, we try to do it on the first Monday of every month, if we have an agenda item. And that's really what they are, is variances when we do have them.
Okay, thank you. I would like to make a motion to wait until the new board/committee selection policy is in place to fill any empty positions.
So just real quick,
Hang on, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Flores Kale, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on that motion? Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, I just had some discussion still, Will. So I think one of the things that we're missing here as a council is that when people get sick, we're living in a different time right now. Usually it's because of COVID. And when people get sick, it's not because they want to, it's because it just happens. I mean, we're living in that time right now. And I'm telling you that because you just never know where you're going to get it. My brother has COVID right now and is currently away from the family for a week now. And he has no idea where he got it. You just don't know. It's just going to hit you. We've got staff out. Austin Police Department had, I believe, over 100, I think they were short 100 officers due to COVID or something like that. And you just don't know what's going to hit you. P&Z, all of our boards and commissions is going to be the same way. If it's the will of council to wait, then we're good. But just know that while we're waiting, if any kind of zoning or anything comes forward and we don't have a quorum, it's not going to happen. So it's going to be another month before we're moving forward on this. And it's the will of council, I'll say right now. But right now, to say that people don't want to show up, it's not that they want to show up, it's that there's a lot going on in our world right now. And the gist of it is people are getting sick and people are dying. It's just what we're living in. That's COVID, a COVID era. So, I just want to make sure that we make that clear that when people get sick, it's not because they want to get sick. It's just that the times we're living in, it's going to happen. So I don't think saying that they don't want to show up is fair because it's just the times.
All right, so the motion of the second is to suspend filling empty seats until such a time as a new boards and commissions policy is adopted. Is there any discussion on that motion?
Yes.
Councilor Elson.
So this is a challenging one. I've been going back and forth on this, and I'm listening to the discussion of my colleagues here. I was actually, before you made your motion, going to see if there was any interest in just tackling the Board of Adjustments item, requesting staff to create a alternative position for just that one. You wouldn't be amenable to that change in your motion, would you?
So my concern would, to answer your question, my concern is it is full. This is just an alternative. So if we can't get the people out there that are already supposed to be there, what does it look like to put another person on there?
It is an alternative for whenever such cases arise. And the other challenging thing, not only just the notice to let them know that there is an agenda item coming up next month to vote on, but you could have, everything in order, all 5 people expected, but then that Friday or Saturday, somebody comes down with something, and now you're down to only 4 board members. So I see the Board of Adjustments as a slightly different issue than the ones appointing the boards and commissions. Their staff is asking for an opportunity to give some help to a board that is so razor thin on their margin as it is, and they're constructed at 5, unlike 7, which all of our other boards and commissions are. So they have such a razor thin margin there at 5 that they're asking for a little bit of assistance to have that alternative option. So I see that as a separate issue than the policy of the boards and the boards and commissions. So that's why I'm inquiring if you'd be open to that amendment to your motion. But if you're not, then we can take the motion as you stated.
I'm amendable for sure. I don't mind amending that for this. I never want to hold the residents up or any particular situations. But again, I just want to make sure whenever we're appointing these people that we are certain, or we have some type of understanding that they're going to be useful. Because what if we go ahead and say yes, and then it still happens where there can't be. My question also would be, can they do virtual, or is it, do you have to be there?
It's the state
Or
changed the
can
law.
it be, well, they changed it, but it only requires 4 people to be there. So can you be virtual if you have the quorum?
I'm going to have to defer to Paige on that, just so I can have clarification.
I'm sorry. You have to have a quorum present in the room.
So a quorum for the 5-person body would be 3.
For the P and Z?
No,
No,
I'm sorry, for
The
BOA.
Board of Adjustments. Board of Adjustments is the
it would
issue
be
right now.
4.
So Board of Adjustment, it depends on what they're hearing. If they, certain cases, they have to have 4 present for a quorum.
So do you guys have 4? Is it the 5th one that?
They have 5 total on
You have
We have
5,
5
but
total.
sometimes you have problems getting that one, because we're just looking for
Right.
one person, right?
Right, we want one alternate in the event that someone's unable to make it for whatever reason.
But can that person be virtual? Okay, I see what you're
No,
saying. So they're just missing it altogether, so there's not even a chance that they could be virtual. I'm just trying to think of alternative ways for underlying issues and not just to Band-Aid it.
Yeah.
Okay, so to be clear, the item that's posted is as it relates to currently open board seats.
Yeah.
So that's the way I have it posted. That's really the only thing we're trying to decide is, do we want to fill, we have open posted seats. The Board of Adjustments is obviously an important thing, but that is not an open seat currently. That's something you're wanting to bring forward in a change. It's an ordinance. It's all kinds of changes associated with that. But we have 2 7-member boards that are currently, one with 6, and then the Planning and Zoning with 5, which means if one person can't come, everything is required to be unanimous in order to pass. So that's put strain on the
Well, unless
P
they
and
do
Z
virtual.
board.
Sorry.
Well, they're still subject to open meetings as the rest of everyone. There's 5 members, but at the last meeting, there's one member who was late and it was tough, or maybe it's the one before, but one I was watching where it was a struggle to get the quorum there, and that's because there's only 5 members, for a full docket. So I kind of think the opposite, that by waiting, that we're putting pressure on ourselves to fix the boards and commissions policy, because we know that there's going to be an increasing backlog in folks ready to come forward in applications and just the process itself. To me, that seems like the way that has more pressure. These seats were posted and applications received before we even brought forward the idea of changing the policy. So we need to get clear on whether or not, and obviously it sounds like we're not all in agreement, but in my opinion, we need to decide whether or not we want to let these 3 positions move forward or whether or not we want to suspend them, which it's obviously, that's the reason bringing it forward, is that we need to make that decision. But for the sake of the planning department and for the sake of the applications, the applicants themselves and the current boards that are there without a full, body, I think we need to decide. So, anyway, I just don't know that we can change it for the BOA. I'm not sure we can do anything on the BOA because that's not what's supposed to do.
I was just trying to address it.
Yeah.
It was brought up, trying to solve that issue. So yeah, I'm completely fine with us making a decision on the current boards and commissions policy. I am torn, but I think I know which way I'm going to go. I will say this. Councilmember Tobias, I appreciate your speaking up today. With the words that you have said have given me pause on waiting or on going ahead and approving the policy as it states. But I'm certainly, like I said, I'm going to be highly scrutinizing this new policy. And the thing is, it's not just a concern about those applicants, and I guess the challenge is we don't know what y'all are bringing forward. So I don't know if it could be an opportunity to continue to salvage those applicants or not. So that's just a challenge. But I think I'm ready to vote. I think I've heard what I need to hear, and I guess we'll see.
All right. Roll call vote.
Mitchell,
Nay.
Bradshaw,
Nay.
I'm sorry, Bradshaw,
Sorry, nay.
Tobias,
Aye.
Rizzo,
Aye.
Parsley,
Aye.
Ellison,
Aye.
Flores Kale.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 5-2. Next up, agenda item number 24, consider nominations for selection of Mayor Pro Tem. This is an item that's coming forward. There's been some discussion about whether this is the right date or not, but regardless, here it is. In the past, we've allowed the current Mayor Pro Tem is normally takes the floor, but in this case, obviously, that's not going to happen. To be clear, the duties as prescribed by Mayor Pro Tem in the charter are to fill in for the mayor in the mayor's customary duties, which can include probably presiding over meetings in the absence of the mayor, as well as attending functions where the mayor's requested and is unable to attend. So I wanted to open it up and ask if there's anybody who wishes to volunteer for this. Also understanding looks like there are two other nominations that we're going to be bringing forward at the next two items, 25 and 26 as well.
Your request was for volunteers?
Well, does anybody,
Typically, we've done nominations.
Nominations? Is somebody interested? Does somebody want to nominate? What do we got? Who wants to go first? Councilmember Tobias.
Okay. This person I have seen through this past year give a lot of his time and energy, not only to the dais, but to other parts of the city itself. This person is also somebody that I've seen or actually demonstrated a lot of time in the community and has given a lot of time and energy and expertise in what he does. And for that, I would like to go ahead and nominate Councilman Robert Rizzo for the Mayor Pro Tem position. He has demonstrated, in my point, that what I've seen with him is that he's very knowledgeable in with the dais and with what's on the agendas and so forth. And I think that he would do a good job in the event that Mayor Mitchell, you are not available or unable to fulfill duty here on the dais, and he would be able to conduct the meetings professionally, efficiently, and fair. And I'd like to go ahead and make that nomination.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Councilman Rizzo, do you have thoughts on that?
First of all, I want to thank Councilmember Tobias for nominating me. If elected by this board, by my fellow council members, as Mayor Pro Tem, I'm not looking at it as a title. This is just another job, and that's how I look at things when I take duties on. When I became the head of the Knights of Columbus, I didn't look at it as the title of Grand Knight. I looked at it as leadership, and what is the values of a true leader? And that's to inspire those around you, to lift those up, to encourage, and to also to uplift the board that you serve. One of a servant. Servant leadership is what's important to me. It's something that I was taught early on by some of our deacons in our church and some of our priests. And it is great when you take leadership roles to serve, and that's being humble. Anytime you take a role on of a leader, it's to remember to be humble. It's not a title that you're taking on. It's a responsibility. It's a job. And I think the job is clear. It's to move this council forward and to work with everyone on this dais to bring the city forward in the capacity that these citizens expect. And if I'm elected Mayor Pro Tem by my fellow council members, I want to say thank you and know that I'm going to do my best to fill the role and be a servant to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think you do a great job. So, Councilmember Floor-Scale.
Thank you. So I've been pretty torn, and I think it's because, last year was my first year, and the Mayor Pro Tem situation kind of got out of control and left a really, really bad taste in my mouth as it divided the dais. And so I was, thinking, what are the qualities that I would like to see in a leader? And I'm a firm believer you don't aspire to be a leader. You just are led to be a leader. You just do it based off your actions. And so for me, what was important was communication, being able to be willing to educate yourself, read, figure out what it is we're voting on, figure out, be willing to ask questions. Because as we all read these agendas, I know we're like, I have no idea sometimes what any of this says. And I've got a right to reach out to, our city manager and their directors with the hopes that they can kind of dumb it down, I guess, for me. And then the most important characteristic I would say for a Mayor Pro Tem would be to just stay humble and just know that, we're the city of Kyle, guys. We're the city of Kyle. So, as much as I love this city, we are not representing, Los Angeles or cities that with, well, you might even be famous, but we're the city of Kyle, and it's most impressive to me when people can stay level-headed and can make decisions based off the reason why they ran to begin with, which was for the residents. So I was torn between Councilmember Rizzo and Councilmember Ellison because they are both amazing leaders, and I think they both have the heart to be where you are whenever your time is up or whenever you're ready to go. I always want to kind of put that into consideration. Who could be mayor? Not that either one of them have expressed that, but But with that said, I feel like it is a one-term situation. And as much as I love Dex, and I think he would be great at it, I feel like he's kind of had his turn in it. And so as long as we can get Councilmember Rizzo to continue to communicate, because that's what he does. Me and Rizzo will literally yell at each other for an hour and never hang up angry. And he's willing to listen. And to me, communication is important. So I know that at the end of the day, even if you're not in agreement with me, we can talk about that. And so my hope is that he reads these agendas thoroughly and comes with questions and stays humble. So that my nomination would also be for Rizzo, with Ellison a close second.
Okay. Other thoughts? Councilor Tobias, you want to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the selection of Mayor Pro Tem. Will be Councilmember Robert Rizzo.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale, that we appoint Councilmember Robert Rizzo as Mayor Pro Tem. Is there discussion on that motion? Councilor Ellison.
Certainly a lot of admiration for Councilman Rizzo and what he's done in this city, even before being a council member, and even today. I'll keep my comments short. Councilman Rizzo, I felt you should have been our Mayor Pro Tem this past year, and I know why that didn't happen. I'm not a fan of that, that I think that was the appropriate thing to have done last year. It's great. I'll say this: it's great that this body has taken this decision so strongly. It seemed to be a very passive decision last year, so I do appreciate council doing that.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 6-1. All right, next up, agenda item number 25, consider appointment of one member of the Kyle City Council to the Executive Board of the Combined Emergency Communications Center. This is co-location on the board. We had one seat vacated, and so now we have a new. Scott, can you tell us how the board's currently set up and who's on it?
Yeah, Mayor Council Scott Sellers for the record. So currently the board makeup is a couple of county commissioners, Commissioner Shell and Commissioner Inglesby. It's also representation from each of the cities that are on or represented within co-location. So City of Kyle, which right now is myself, and it was Mayor Pro Tem Coach. Buda, City Manager, as well as their mayor. San Marcos is being discussed now to be led in, but is not currently members. And then the police chief of Texas State University.
Okay. Does anybody have a particular desire to? The reason I think of calling for volunteers in my mind is just making sure that the person wants it. Because in the past we've nominated people and they were kind of like, and I don't know. But does anybody have any desire to or feel strongly about who should serve on this board?
Mayor.
Councilor Ellison.
Is this how long have we been a part of this coalition?
I want to say 2 years, maybe.
2 years. And so you said previously the representative from the council was Coach this past year. Was there a different representative year before?
No, he has always been the council rep on this.
I thought Araby was on the board to start.
I think Araby was on before it was the CECC officially, so yeah, he has had representation.
And it does not have to be an elected if we choose not to, or does it? Does it have to be an elected? I think it's good having you on that board in particular, but I'm just saying. I'm not sure.
And to refresh my memory, I believe they meet quarterly, correct?
It's as needed, so right now we're meeting about every month.
Every month.
Yeah, I personally think we should keep it as a member of the council.
Anybody want to throw a name out?
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Councilman Ellison if he would be amenable to taking on the role.
Second.
Councilman Ellison, you have thoughts on that? I didn't catch exactly what he said. You said yes, you would be?
I'm open.
Okay. That was sort of as a motion in a second. Maybe we want to make it.
So,
Got to be a little more clear on the motions.
you know, it's very important for us to have good representation on this board. It's the co-location, so it means a lot to the City of Kyle, the officers and the dispatchers that work there, to have someone that they could turn to and know they could communicate their concerns, or, you know, even give us the feedback. I think Councilman Ellison would do a great job, so I'd like to nominate him to serve on this board.
All right, now I'm going to interpret that as a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's moved by the Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Tobias, that we nominate Councilmember Ellison that we appoint Councilmember Ellison to the co-location board. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. Next up, agenda item number 26, appoint a representative to CapCog Clean Air Coalition. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Mayor, so the term is up for our representative on the Clean Air Coalition. I'd like to continue serving on this board if it's council's will. I was elected 3 months ago to be third vice chair, and am currently working on bringing a clean air monitor to the City of Kyle. And I'd love to continue that work and continue to work on the Clean Air Coalition. So I'm asking council to reappoint me, and as Councilmember Kell as my alternative as well.
Any discussion on that motion? I remember when we joined the Clean Air Coalition, it's been a while, but that seemed like something that was really worth our effort. And so there was opportunities for some money as well in there. I remember that our financial burden is pretty low, but you feel like we're continuing to get value out of that out of that partnership?
I definitely do. And with the new clean air monitor coming to our city, I believe it's also going to be a way we can monitor the growth, whether, we're having ozone days, or, just to be able to tell the residents that, that we're having a good day where they can come out. We've got residents that have asthma, as myself, and these reports that come out from the Clean Air Coalition help us, decide whether it's a good day to be out, whether we need to wear a mask. But on top of that, there's a lot of return on the, what we can do as a city. And, there's a lot of great representations. One of the recommendations that happened this past year is that we stopped outdoor burning in the City of Kyle, and that's really helped our air quality a lot as well. So hopefully we can continue to do that work.
All right. Thank you. Is there discussion? Motions? I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo to the Clean Air Coalition. Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilman Bradshaw. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda.
We still got to finish. So there's an alternate as well. So I'd like to make a motion to appoint Councilmember Kell as my alternate.
Second, it's moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by the mayor, that we appoint Councilmember Flores Kale as the alternate to the Clean Air Coalition. Discussion on that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Good catch. Next up, agenda item number 27, yearly review and possible revision of the rules of council according to resolution number 1176. Councilmember Flores Kale.
Thank you. So I'm just going to say a brief statement with the hopes that when we move on and we move forward with this, we keep this kind of stuff in consideration as to why I make the suggestions that I do. So 2021 was a struggle for me when placing my items on the agenda, to the extent I felt the need to reach out to an outside authority for assistance. In addition to the issues I've had placing items on the agenda, there's a history of my items being placed at the end of the agenda. For example, on 8/3, I was 23 of 23. 9/7, I was 39 of 40. 10/4, I was 24 of 26. 10/19, 26 of 26. 11/1, 18 and 19 out of 19. 11/16, 18 of 18. And then today, I'm 27 and 28 out of 29. I cannot say with certainty that the placement of my agenda items were purposeful, but I can say I find it hard to believe it's always circumstantial. I want to state that the issues I've experienced regarding the content I've attempted to place on the agenda, for which I've been denied, was a direct response from the mayor. Throughout the last year, I have learned the difficulty holding council members and mayor accountable, which made me wonder what the agenda created by only the city manager would look like. To hold our city manager accountable is within the purview of council's scope. I understand not everyone has had to cope with the same issues and do not share the same concerns, but because these issues have been ongoing for me, I ask that council think about each other during the review of these rules as we review and revise, which we review and revise every year. I'd like to say my words are not meant to be an attack on anyone. They are simply my experience with the agenda over the last year. So the rules of council that we are looking at are from 2019. And they're supposed to be updated every year. So it looks like we are into 2022, which is two years out. And I'm not going to speak until everyone else has had a chance. So I want to make sure we're all on the same page and people understand why I'm going to make the suggestions that I'm going to suggest. So I yield the floor for now.
Does anybody have any suggested changes that they want to propose for the rules of council? All right, I think the floor is yours to make your suggestions if you'd like.
Thank you. There is, before I move forward, there is a typo, and it looks like they started a sentence, but they did not finish it. So it's page 4, handling a motion. Oh, wait. Yes. Not the first paragraph, but the second. When a motion is made, no further discussion will be permitted until the mayor or chair receives a second, a council member. So I'm not sure if that was supposed to say something. I don't know if we need to review like the charter or number 3, handling a motion. It's the second paragraph. It just starts a sentence, a council member. So my suggestion would be to either figure out if staff or council can figure out what that's supposed to mean or what that's supposed to say.
Well, it looks like a Scrivener's error to me. I don't have any idea what any of the proposed changes are that you want to make. So, I mean, obviously that looks incorrect to me. So we could strike that.
So okay, so just to strike a council member. Okay, and so most of my requests are going to be based on the agenda because that is what I've had the most experience with. And I'm curious to know what it would look like to have one person create the agenda instead of 2. So
you're going to need a charter amendment to accomplish that. But
well, I think it says or.
That's right.
And or.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I can go to that charter, is there any way? Scott, do you happen to know where the agenda is in the charter?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, well, we will look for it. All right, Sorry. I don't know if anybody can do a search. Quorums, meetings, mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, council. Okay, in the meantime, is there any way that I could have a page where you look that up?
It's 3.07.
3.07. Thank you.
Want me to read the sentence?
Yeah, does it speak of agenda 3.07?
Yeah,
Just meetings, right?
The final sentence says the mayor or city manager shall approve meeting agendas, and a council member may require any item related to city business to be placed on an agenda for which notice may be given.
Okay, so Paige, my question to you is, since the word is or, are both mandatory?
It's an either or, so
That, because the way I read it was not an and, instead it was an or.
so either the mayor or the city manager could approve the meeting agenda.
So I've spoken to another council member, and I understand this is not an issue for everybody, but I think everybody is more than aware that this has been an issue for me. I had to argue and fight to get stuff on the agenda, and it's easy if I say, hey, Mr. Sellers, why did you do this? Why is this? And give him repercussions. But I cannot do the same when there's another council member or a mayor involved. So the reason why I would prefer, and it seems like if maybe the will of the council allows, we can remove mayor and just put city manager. Is that correct, Paige?
You could do that. You may want to have the mayor as a backup, though.
What does that look like? What does that mean? Like, why would he need to be a backup?
In the event that the city manager is not available for some reason.
Does that happen often, Mr. Sellers?
Good. Yeah, it's happened a couple times.
I'm amendable to that. And again, these are rules that we review and go through every single year. So if next year there's not a big problem or things get turned around, I would be okay with seeing a mayor and a city manager develop an agenda. But to be told no is a hard pill to swallow. And to include the mayor pro tem, which I've requested to put on twice, and this time it's not even under my name, which is fine. I figured it wasn't. I don't know what my other outlets are as far as finding some kind of solution. As I stated, I did reach out to an outside authority who suggested to both people on the agenda to just put it on the agenda and let the process work itself out. So idealistically, I think that's something that should be done, and it shouldn't have to be explained to anybody who has created over 200 agendas. And so my hope is by removing that, I can hold somebody accountable if the agenda doesn't contain my information or continues to look the way it does.
Cool.
Cool it is.
Well, you're staring me down like that,
Well,
so
I'm
give
just
me
wanting-
the
I'm
eyes.
giving
What do
you
you
an
want me to say
option,
back?
like, you can respond. I'm not trying to be mean or
Councilmember
ugly.
Ellison has the floor now.
Okay.
So I do agree that, you know, in the meeting rules, it requests that after annually or once following a seating of a new council member. So this is almost annually that these rules should be reviewed. And the larger point, just so everybody can be on the same page of what the rules are for the council. So just that opportunity to put it on the agenda for everybody to review it. It also puts it back in front of the public's eye as well as a reminder. So just making sure we just have this annually would be one of my concerns. The other thing is, so I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Florescale, that you're not being able to get requested agenda items on the agenda. But there is nothing in the charter or in these rules of council which are derived from the charter that prevents anybody from having an agenda item withheld for any reason other than it doesn't meet the Texas Open Meeting Act's language. Is this correct, Paige?
No. Are you talking?
I'm asking Paige.
Under the
So,
rules
Right here.
of council?
so if a council member requests an agenda item, and according to the rules of council, you can request up, but no more than 3 agenda items. Is there any other reason besides that agenda item not meeting Texas Open Meeting Act requirements? Is there any other reason why an agenda item would not be placed on an agenda? Is there any authority by
It has to be
anyone?
related to city business under the charter.
Okay, so if it's not related to city business, that would be a reason to keep it off. Outside of that, and not meeting Texas Open Meeting Act's requirement of language for a certain item, those would be the only reasons a council member would have their item withheld from being on an agenda.
That's what that would be in compliance with the charter and with Open Meetings Act, for that to be the limitation, unless council sets additional limitations.
But there's not. I don't want to get into hypotheticals.
I
Right
know.
now, the only.
You've got a number requirement too.
A number, right, okay. I said no more than 3 agenda items. So the caveats are no more than 3 agenda items per council member. It has to meet Texas Open Meetings Act language, and it has to be related to city business. Is that fair now? Okay. So outside of that, there's no reason for a council member's request to be withheld from the agenda as long as it meets those 3 criteria.
Correct.
Okay. So that is in place, and that should always be the place, and every council member should feel comfort in that. Now, if there are things being done outside of that to keep an agenda item off, what recourse does a council member have in at their disposal to make sure that their request is getting handled and put on the agenda?
There are various options the council could take. You could spell it out more specifically in the rules.
So clarify to the person setting the agenda that this is their job to put that on there.
Specify if there is a disagreement, how that gets dealt with. That would be one way to do it in the rules. If something
We
is.
did
But
that
right
with
now, it's silent on that. So
It's
the
silent.
only thing that, once again,
Right.
that would prevent a council member getting their agenda item on is the 3, the Open Meetings Act, and related city business.
Councilor
So my
Ellison, I don't want to
question-
interrupt. I really want to add some, I want to expound on what you're saying, because I think that's only half true. I do think that what you're saying is true per the charter, but I don't mean to stop you. I really want to say something on that. Is it okay if I?
You can, but I'm not sure what you could expound upon that our city attorney couldn't explain to us right now about what the parameters. I'm just trying to establish a baseline here.
Well,
that we
right.
can
That's
all
what I'm
agree
wanting
on.
to speak into, right?
Okay.
Because the charter says that that a council member could bring forward any item, but our rules of council clarify and says that you can only bring 3 items forward. You can't bring one back if it's on the wrong side. So that's where we decide as a board what rules we agree to adhere by. But say, for example, someone wanted to sponsor 4 items, and it was in conflict with the rules of council, but even the rules of council, the charter still is going to prevail, but we're the ones who judge that. Or, for example, the boards and commissions policy. We took a vote, an affirmative 5-2 vote, I think some time ago, to leave that. There was a desire to change it. And when you're on the losing end of the vote, according to the rules of council, that item can't come back for 6 months or 12 months, 6 months or whatever it is. It's the same with the task force, those kind of things. So what is our policy or procedure in those events where, say, a council member requests something that the rules of council say they can't request because according to the rules, the item can't come back forward. But they say no, and they point at the charter and say, I have a right to bring this by the charter, but the rules of council speak differently. That's all I'm trying to say is the rules of council definitely give lots of different examples where something couldn't come back per the agreement that we have set, but the charter is exactly as you say, is all I'm trying to say. It doesn't go into that specificity. It just says, TOMA, and you can bring any item that you want, according to the charter. I apologize.
That's the other side of the token. So what I'm talking about is just one, trying to get a fair baseline here that we all understand and agree on, and the act of not getting agenda items withheld. I understand your point about that. That's one side of the token, but I'm talking about just this one side of the token about items getting withheld, because that is the charge so far. So, once again, Paige, what recourse does a council member have if they have not exceeded the 3 agenda item rule, have met the Texas Open Meeting Act's language requirement, and is related to city business? What recourse does a council member have to, if they are not getting their agenda item placed, what recourse does the council member have in order to ensure that gets done?
Well, the council member can bring forward a rule change that would help address that. The council member could take up the issue and discuss on the dais getting that issue addressed. I mean,
That's the problem,
yeah.
getting it on the agenda.
So, yeah, I understand, Paige. I'm saying, so a council member, just hypothetical, I'm not even talking about my colleague next to you, just hypothetically, a council member is following the rules, and those that set the agenda is preventing, hypothetically, a council member from getting their agenda item on. What recourse does a council member have in order to make sure? So you're essentially telling me that they need to reaffirm the rules that are written. They need to make that public at a meeting. They need to send another email, perhaps, stating, no, this is what the council rules say. Is that what you're telling me the recourse is?
You identify what the issue is that would keep the agenda item from being placed on the agenda.
That's on the burden of the person keeping it off. Because
You're talking about how to fix a problem and prevent and address the issue going forward. And so you're doing that now, and that's what you would do. And so if there is a disagreement, you need a third. My suggestion would be you have a way to have an opinion or a decision made that someone is accountable for, that item has to be placed on the agenda, if that makes sense.
So you're saying essentially, if there is a council member, hypothetically speaking, that requests an agenda item, the people in charge with setting the agenda prevent that agenda item from getting on, then you're saying perhaps the best option is an arbiter to say, what the final decision, essentially like on the Texas Open Meetings Act part of this rules of council, says that the city attorney is the arbiter on deciding if that request met that language. So are you proposing a similar type of approach for when there's a conflict about getting an agenda item on the agenda?
Yes, I'm offering an option for how to deal with that. The council can ultimately decide how they want to handle it. This is one option.
Okay. So that's fair. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yes, and
so then, for me, and I hate to oversimplify this, then Perhaps the change to the rules of council is when there's a conflict about getting an agenda item that, similar to the Texas Open Meetings Act portion of rules of council, it states, and I'll read the language exactly.
You're talking about B2?
Is it B2?
Yeah.
To ensure that the council requested agenda items are in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, emails requesting agenda items should follow one of two formats. A council member may either write out the specific agenda language, or a council member may write a sufficient description of the subject, and the mayor and city manager will craft the language. If the mayor or city manager believes a request is not sufficiently descriptive to comply with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the mayor or city manager shall correspond with the council member in order to rectify the situation. In the event of a disagreement, so this is the key part, the mayor, city manager, or council member may request an opinion from the city attorney whose ruling shall be final. So you're proposing a similar solution that is on that part of it as well for the issue, potential issue of a member not getting their requests on the agenda, as charter allows and as the rules of council allows, as long as it meets not more than 3 per person, meets the Texas Open Meeting Act's language, and is related to city business.
And if there's any other limitations for bringing something back.
What are those? Because we need to highlight those and make sure those are clear.
Well, those would be, I think you've got something here that says that if something is brought forward to council and it's voted down, then there's a waiting period.
6
You can't bring
months,
it back
right.
within a certain period of time. Your zoning ordinance.
That's codified,
your
so
zo-
yeah.
So it would be codified.
That's in there,
Situations that are codified in the ordinances or in the charter. Those would be, or your rules of council.
Yeah, and the
Those would
6
be the
months is in there, so that's codified, so that's already in there. So it's clear on what you can and cannot do as far as a request. It's all in there.
Mhm.
So then
But if you're asking for an opinion, then the opinion should be in writing and state the reason why.
the reason why.
Yes, if you're going to have the city attorney be the arbiter of that, then that opinion is given in writing. And if there's a disagreement with that, that's either taken up by the individuals who are involved in the issue, or it's taken up by council.
Well,
It makes the attorney accountable for that.
yeah, just like it
Decision.
does on the Texas Open Meetings Act part. So I thought
Correct.
your recommendation was to do the same essentially for if a person is requesting an item and for whatever reason, hypothetical mayor and hypothetical city manager keep that off, then that council member has recourse to submit to the arbiter, city attorney, this was my request, here's the language, you're the arbiter on deciding if that agenda item
That
meets
is-
all the requirements in the council and all the rules of council and all the requirements in the charter. You double check all that and then you make a final ruling.
Right. You push it to a legal opinion. That is an
That was
option.
exactly
That was a long-winded way of going about
That's
it.
the reason this was written. I mean, Paige was in the middle of we were getting requests and we couldn't understand, I didn't think that the request was compliant with the Open Meetings Act because it wasn't a specific request. And so the public couldn't know what the actual discussion was going to be. But there was immediate pushback from the council member at that time thinking that it was political and I was trying to. So we wrote this specifically to try to allow for everybody to have an equal way to deal with it. And if, at the end of the day, if you just said, no, I want the city attorney to make the decision, and that's what all that was written
Right.
for.
And
that is, by the way, that's fine with me on an issue like what has been discussed. And, you know, the reasons and the rationale behind what happened with the Mayor Pro Tem item have been long discussed, and I don't want to bring that back forward, but as it relates to, having a process in place where, similar to this, where the city attorney can make those decisions to take both frankly, the city manager and the mayor out of it I haven't had an issue with this since we wrote that.
Yeah.
We had issues beforehand, and it was complicated and challenging, but since that was written, we haven't had any issues. So.
Good. Yeah, and I certainly understand that and agree with that. Thank you, council, for being patient while I work through that, but I'm trying to find a solution here. for clearly an issue that it doesn't matter which member of it would be. I'd still be asking these questions and still trying to protect every council member, current and future. So I think that I would like to make a motion to direct staff to get with legal counsel to bring back language that would be comparative to the Texas Open Meetings Act language in order to provide an arbiter for when there's a discrepancy or a dispute on a requested agenda item from a council member, to make the city attorney whose ruling shall be final. Is that clear? Is that fair direction? Does that make sense?
Was that I'm sorry, Daddy.
Yeah, that's a motion.
That was a motion. Okay.
And it should be in writing so you can judge it.
Well, that'll be, so second, I'm going to second that motion, and I think Paige is the one who can write that up, or whoever, but, you know, that's fine. I wrote this one, but, you know, we had discussion, we changed parts of it on the dais, I remember, specific to this, so it was a collaborative effort, but is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Florescale.
Thank you. And I appreciate Councilmember Ellison trying so hard to fix that. That's a little snippet of what I get to do every time there's something that people don't agree with on the agenda, which may solve one issue but doesn't solve all my issues. Again, let me go back to this, because nobody up here knows how I feel. And Mayor Mitchell just said, I haven't had this issue since they made these, and I believe that. I 1,000% believe that that hasn't been an issue, and if it matters to anybody else sitting up here, it happens to me. And it's not once. If this was just a one-time isolation for the Mayor Pro Tem, I could understand that. It is not a one-time isolated incident. This happens to me all the time. And I didn't want to bring it up because we were doing so good. No, I know. We see things differently. You don't feel like it happens all the time. I got a whole list of things I could talk about that I chose not to because I'm not trying to be ugly. What I'm trying to do is make it my life easier serving on this council because I commit a lot of time to it. And so, yes, it frustrates me when I see myself last, second to last, all over the place. And it's just all kinds of things in addition to that. And so my only idea was, what would it look like if it were just the city manager? How much easier would that make my life? How can I hold him accountable versus going through this long process when it specifically states here, all council requested agenda items submitted in accordance with section B1 and B2 will appear on the agenda for the meeting. It states it right here, and we're still not doing it. So do I think bringing in an arbitrator is a good idea? I don't. I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair to me, and I don't think it's fair to anybody else sitting up here that we would ever have to go through something like that to get our agenda item put on here.
I completely agree with you that it shouldn't be that difficult because it says what we can do. But I'm trying to come up with a solution that gives you somebody that is disinterested, that can say, hey, look, these are the rules. You've got to put it on the agenda because that's what it states here. And it should be always that simple because I can't think of any other reason outside of obviously what we stated about being within the 6 months and bringing an agenda item back and your failed, stuff like that. Paige can comb through all that and make sure that's been met. So I understand that doesn't address your agenda items being at the bottom of the agenda, which so are mine and so are other councils. Maybe that's a different motion, a solution there, but I don't see how this option right here to put an arbiter, just like we have in the Texas Open Meetings Act part, how that doesn't help provide you an opportunity for somebody to correct the issue and say, hey, no, this is the law, these are rules.
To think that she hasn't been involved in my previous situations is ridiculous. I used to CC Paige like it was going out of style. So yes, she has been involved. And yes, I have asked for that assistance and it did not work. So I get what you're trying to do. I get it. And I get this is not comfortable for anybody. Again, my solution would be to have removed the term mayor just under the agenda and then see how that goes. only because this can be reviewed every year. To bring in a solution that's already been there, that I've already gone down that road, isn't appealing to me. I don't want to argue every single time I have something that may be controversial on the agenda. I don't think it's fair.
Well, since you keep bringing that up, what I've said was that the item that you requested was there was uniqueness, and there is always uniqueness around certain items. In that particular case, it wasn't a question of whether or not the item needed to come forward, but by the charter, when was it supposed to come forward? And I know that you have your opinions about whether or not what was done there was correct. I have very openly stated and tried to take responsibility for it, but I don't know what else to say. But
I'm not going to bring up the other issues that I've had. That's not the only issue, though.
Well,
I've been treated differently, whether you want to admit it or not. I know I have. I've seen it in the agenda. I've seen it on the dais. And all I wanted was some fairness. I wanted to be treated equally and the same as everybody else. I don't think that's asking for too much.
well,
And it took this for it to even come up. And I don't find it coincidental that we didn't look at these last year, because I brought these same rules of council up to Mr. Sellers in my first meeting. So again, I don't know what else to do. I'm not going to be appeased with trying to put something in the rules of council that really isn't necessary, because it specifically says, unless sections B1 and B2 are not met, you could stick anything you want in the agenda. It is not your job to decide if what the content I'm sticking in here should be on there, and if it meets A or B1 and B2. And you still took that upon yourself. And it wasn't the first time.
okay. Nice. Really? All right. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there more discussion on that motion? Roll call vote. The motion's to direct staff to bring back an item that addresses if there's conflict on whether to have staff bring back a policy similar to the B2 language that says if there's disagreement on the language, this is the process, to have something that mirrors that with if there's disagreement on whether an item is appropriate to come forward.
Roll call vote, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Okay. Ellison?
Aye.
Tobias?
Aye.
Parsley?
Aye.
Flores Kale?
Nay.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Bradshaw?
Aye.
Rizzo?
Aye.
All right, motion carries 6-1. I'd like to make a motion to remove the Scrivener's error that was referenced at the end of page 4. Let's see, it's E3, section 2, or second paragraph, a council member. I'd like to make a motion to strike a council member.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on that motion?
No.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Are there additional motions? Councilmember Flores-Kale.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to remove the reference to mayor in section B of the rules of council.
It's been motioned. Is there a second? All right. Motion fails for lack of a second. Is there any other motions? All right, then we're going to move on. Next up, agenda item number 28, discussion of city processes and procedures regarding action taken by the city when acting upon legal advice. Councilmember Florescale.
Thank you. All right, so I just have a few questions for Paige before I kind of go into the point of this. So how long have you been employed with the City of Kyle?
I think since 2018.
Okay. Do you remember how big the population was when you first started?
Well, our firm represented the City of Kyle 7 years before that, and then another attorney came in. So the population of the city was, when 2018 to now, it's not moved too much. You've just got an official declaration of population. So you're in,
Okay.
you're in the 50s now, but prior to that, you were a lot smaller. You changed, I don't remember if you changed to a home rule city during that time as well. You would have been under 5,000 population, year 2000. So you've grown by leaps and bounds.
All right, let me preface by saying that I know sometimes I come across abrasive and harsh with you, but that's never my intent. So I want to apologize if I've ever offended or upset you. But as a council member, it's my responsibility to protect the residents in the city. In many of my legal interactions with the city, I've noticed the city has often receives and acts upon legal advice. However, I rarely, if ever, have seen reference to you, your law firm, or citing regarding where our new standing came from. We should remember every time the city takes new action based upon legal advice, it sets a precedent. In order for the city to maintain consistency with its precedential decisions, I feel like it would be beneficial to me as a council member and to the residents who are affected by the new precedent created by the city's growth if the city provided the same legal information used to create a decision in any written correspondence the city sends out. I would also like to see a guideline where such correspondence come from our legal counsel. Is that confusing?
I'd like some more discussion about that to understand.
Okay, so for example, we've been dealing with a resident either being non-conform, and so there was a decision made, and I feel like whether the decision is good or bad, that when we send out correspondence explaining that we cite what information we used. Not just for the residents, but for us as council members to be consistent, to make sure that we're applying the same ideas and legal accountability to each different situation.
My suggestion on that in particular is and I've made those suggestions about a procedure that fleshes out the facts and helps. I think it would benefit property owners to have the process clear and identify what facts are considered, because that's part of the legal analysis, is what are the facts. And a process that brings up the facts so we can analyze that is going to be more efficient, and produce a more efficient and better response for that. So I think that's kind of a part and parcel with that particular issue, is a process that would inform the residents about what facts are needed to make that determination. And then that helps produce the response.
So is that something that you would be I think as a city, we need to consider all our growth and all the changes that are being made. All the time we're making new decisions. And I think it's important that at least council decides and understands why we say yes or why we say no. And so if it's important to us, it should also be equally important to the residents if we happen to make a decision that we haven't previously made before. Is it going to take a little bit longer? It's going to be time consuming, I get it. And it's not going to be a form letter. Although you could start off with a form and then add the information. But I think it's important, especially when we have the boards that make the decisions. I know we were just talking about the board that is full but seems to be short, Board of Adjustments. And so when the Board of Adjustments gets something, they too can also see, oh, well, this is what they decided before and this is the reason. What I'm trying to do is take out the inconsistencies and include some kind of stability for our staff, for ourselves, and for our residents.
Yeah, you're a very rapidly growing city, so you're kind of building internal infrastructure as you go, and kind of building up those, I guess, that database of legal advice and forms and precedent setting. That's something that should be done.
And the reason why I asked you how long you've been here is because I know we were a small city, and this was not something that we used to have to worry about before. But because we are growing so much and there's things changing, I think it's important that we start now and not get overburdened and think, well, what did we do last time? Or if we just kind of implement something like this now and moving forward, it'll make it easier. I mean, for me, because, I read legal documents all day, and so I get it, you skim it and you kind of understand. And we have to explain to residents, why a city decides whatever it decides at different times. And so I think it's important for all of us sitting up here to understand why we say yes or why we say no, or why we say blue instead of red.
And there, just one comment on that is the legal advice given internally, there's a privilege associated with that, and then what gets shared, that should be thoughtful and mindful about how that works.
Agreed.
If the city makes a decision, there's an appeal process. You have an internal appeal process through boards and commissions, and so that information would be relevant there. So my caution and advice would be just to be mindful about what's on correspondence to the citizens, what makes sense from legal advice that's public, and what the council needs to be more specific and make a specific vote on what is made public as far as legal advice goes. I think that, and in that regard, with the issue that you're talking about, I don't have an opinion one way or the other about what's appropriate to go in a letter like that. I'd be interested to see what other cities do, and just for the purpose of getting input. My gut reaction is legal advice, the city have preserved privilege until it decides that it's appropriate not to, and for that to be a thoughtful process.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure if we are using citing, if we're citing something or using something as a reference to base our decision upon, that shouldn't be privileged information, should it? That should be information that we can share because we are making a decision based on those facts.
It's a facts and law, and it's often the facts and law are not black and white. There's gray and areas of discretion, and so that's where you have the legal advice component, and then you have the decider. The decider is not always the lawyer. It's going to be a staff person or the council making decision based on the legal advice. So, and then the law changes, of course. I understand what you're saying, and it makes sense. I just want to highlight being kind of thoughtful about what is public and what is a privileged document that the council has control over what's revealed. Because, you have your candid legal advice, and the city's got to make all kinds of decisions taking into account risk and decisions and facts and circumstances. And so information that is made public that could also hurt the city.
No, and yeah, that's not what I'm asking for. I'm just saying if we deny somebody, the ability to build a house, that when the letter goes out, I'd kind of like to see it come from the Knight Law Firm, but additionally, I'd also like to see on there citing why, and so they could take that letter and just take it to an attorney and be like, this is what it is, because the last thing we want is for them to have to be like, I don't know why, and then attorney gets involved and he doesn't know why, and now he has to do all that research.
Yeah.
So for me, and I'm also interested to know what other cities are doing. That was great.
Yeah.
So maybe if we can look to other,
Yeah.
either Leander, I don't know what cities are as fastest growing as we are, but I'm not sure if Mr. Sellers would be amenable to having staff look at that. Do I need to make a motion to have like staff research, or would that be Paige to research what other cities are doing as far as when they send out like
Legal memos?
it's not really a memo. It's like, you know, when you write a resident or a business and I don't deny them zoning or, you know, I don't know what it is, but you would put on there the reasons why, the citing, the standing as to why they can or cannot do something. I don't know if that's what other cities do. I just feel like as a growing city, it helps us to read that information to figure out what it is we're going to try to be consistent on.
I think when the council has requested a technical memo or a legal memo, then it's full of legal references. Typically, what I've seen, I've worked with multiple city attorneys throughout my career, is just an email, a quick question is usually responded with a quick response. And maybe there's some sort of scrutiny of the law, but it's not full of legal references. So if we want additional legal sourced responses, then maybe those types of requests ought to be more formal.
I don't know if we're on the same page. So I'm just thinking if the city makes a decision, either a zoning or nonconformity, if it makes a decision to a resident or a business, when we write that letter to the business, or we share that communication, whether it be email, then we also cite what it is, the reasons why they can or cannot do something.
Right, so you're talking about when it's like a nonconformity, et cetera, those come from our planning department and not our legal department, so.
Well, she got involved. I know they were involved.
She did get involved with an opinion back to the planning department, but the letter will come from planning department back to the applicant. So, I mean, we can.
Can it include the legal
Sure.
standing?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just don't want it to be a generic, I read the letter that was gonna go out, and what it boiled down to was it didn't qualify for, I mean, it did qualify for a non-conforming, but as much as important as it is to know why you can't do something, it's also important to know why you can. And I do like the fact that Will stated in there, these are the situations, there's, I'm not gonna go into details. But that was also helpful to set that resident up when they decide to take action on whatever it is they're gonna do.
Yeah, so when our legal provides a response back to our staff, then if you can cite some.
We did that.
Yeah.
I provided all that with
Right,
sites.
and we can put that in the
for the
letters back. So.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right, ready to move on? Next up, agenda item number 29, 2022 Visioning Workshop Planning and Scheduling. The main reason for this item to be brought forward is to try to nail, it looks like our date is secured, the February 12th, 13th weekend, but to decide on location, and then I think we need to recircle back to whether or not we want to have a facilitator. I had a suggestion on the location if anyone is interested, but I haven't spoken to anyone. It's just my thought on it and why. My thought for location was Frisco. And the reason for Frisco, number one, is I think it always needs to be within a drive. But number two, there have been some of us who have gone to Frisco. I was not one of them. I've been to Frisco back in 2017, but what struck me about that town more than anywhere else to go visit is their incredible sportsplex facilities and the way that they've partnered with not only public entities but private entities to bring pretty, much the top suburb anywhere as it relates to sports. And I know that that's something that we're going to be trying to pursue this year on some level, and that's going to be a part of the discussion related to a pretty large sportsplex. And my thought was Frisco. So I didn't know if anyone had any other suggestions or didn't like that as the option. I know there's initially a desire to maybe do it here, but if we're not going to do it here, which I think we discussed at the last one, we do need to determine where. So that was my suggestion. And then the second question after that would be as it relates to whether or not we want to do a facilitator. So does anybody have a suggestion of a place that they think that we should be securing, or feedback on the idea of Frisco?
Honestly, I haven't really given any thought, but one of the things I do encourage is for us to spend the weekend working and come together as a council, spend time together as a council, try to move forward as a council. And I think the more time we spend with each other, and I think really focusing on what the task at hand is, I think the more that it benefits the residents. So I'm okay with Frisco as long as we plan the event in a way where we're getting a lot of work done. I think that's what my biggest my biggest ask is, to make sure that we get a lot of work done during that weekend. Because I'm giving up a weekend with my time, with my family, and it is Valentine's weekend,
Yeah.
so I'm giving up time with my wife
to be
as
clear,
well.
I care about my time very much
Yeah.
as well, and don't want to waste
Yeah.
it in Frisco
make sure-
or anywhere. But
make sure
so
we're-
far, the last two have been good. I think they could be better, always, but they have been very helpful. And doing it earlier in the year also, I think, is helpful. And last year it was later, and that made it for a bit of a challenge. But any other thoughts on Frisco?
No, I've said my piece.
Right. But if I'm just saying, if it's not, based on my reasoning,
Sure.
does that seem like a good idea?
Wherever council decides and city decides to plan it, I'll be there.
Okay. And then facilitator, Scott, did you have something you wanted to say about a facilitator? I think I just saw an email come through.
Yeah, Mayor, Council, I did send an email. So the last couple of years when the council has requested staff to look up facilitators, Ron Cox is someone who has made the short list each time. I've reached out to him about February 12th and 13th. He is available. He did modify his proposal. He is actually the most affordable facilitator of the ones that we have utilized. So the cost is a little over $5,000 plus expenses. He has been aware, and I told him that the format would still be very much roll up your sleeves and work type of facilitation, and less of broader picture. I think the council has done a great job over the years of really honing into specific tasks, for these facilitations. He's prepared to facilitate in that manner.
So is that something we want to go ahead and nail down and say we're going to continue with the facilitator tradition? Or do we want to try a year with no facilitator and see what that looks like? I can see it personally going either way. I think the facilitator is helpful because it takes some of the pressure off Scott to be thinking about facilitating, and allows for Scott to be more of a contributor to the discussion, which I think is helpful. A good facilitator asks good questions. And I think that the one we had last year was better than the one we had the first year. The first year, the facilitator wasn't really interested in us giving feedback and getting off his subject. But the second one seemed to do a better job of pulling good information out of us and helping us to organize and collect our many varied thoughts. So it's also the cheapest of the 3 years. That's less than we spent the last 2 years. Councilman Flores-Kill.
Thank you. Ron Cox is not the one we used last year, is he?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
That was Patrick Ibarra.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have conversations with him about understanding that there are big sections of time where
Yes.
we're going to be discussing specifics of, of what we're trying to accomplish and those kind of things?
Correct, I did.
All right. Well, if there are no strong opinions, I think the direction will be to move forward with those two suggestions, Frisco and Mr. Cox. But we need to hear if somebody wants to go a different route. It's still going to be valuable to us if we make it valuable to us. I don't think anyone can fix that. That's what Robert's saying as well. That's what it sums up. We got value out of it when we put time and energy into it. So, Okay.
Yeah, I'm indifferent about the location. I think both sides have made strong arguments, so I'm indifferent there. The facilitator, I think I've made it clear what my issues are on those that have happened in the past. I do agree last year was better than first year, but once again, I don't want to debate the facilitator on my ideas. I want to debate you all.
Right.
And so if we can get that done, I'm fine with it.
Okay. All right. Motion to adjourn. We are adjourned.